Good morning. I will call to order the November 2nd, 2021 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
And Chair Nelson.
Here. At this time, please stand and join me in the board and pledge allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good. The next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the October 19th, 2021 meeting.
Move approval.
Second.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, I have a couple quick announcements this morning. I would like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County as well as Comcast Cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP, under their language settings. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation, and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person in both the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note, on October 5th, 2021, an additional county health officer order went into effect requiring indoor mask usage for everyone over the 2 years of age, regardless of vaccination status. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will be required to wear a face covering or mask at all times, regardless of vaccination status. Information regarding how to properly wear a mask has been posted throughout both locations. As a friendly reminder, masks should cover your nose and mouth. Wear the mask from the bridge of your nose to all the way under your chin. Tighten any loops or ties so the mask is snug. If you do not have a mask that fits properly, we can provide you with one. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item of business is the County Executive Officer's Report. CEO Miyasato, do you have anything to report today?
I do, Chair Nelson and board members. I have 5 quick announcements this morning. One is about the OEM Hazard Mitigation Plan. The County Office of Emergency Management is seeking public feedback for the county's multi-jurisdictional 2022 Hazard Mitigation Plan. We do this plan every 5 years to prepare the county for changing and dynamic hazards, identifying vulnerable communities and structures, and preparing mitigation plans. Public input is important to us, and the second public workshop is hosted virtually at 5:30 p.m. on this Thursday, November 4th. The public can learn more at readysbc.org under the heading Hazard Preparedness. Second announcement is that First 5 of Santa Barbara announced grant funding. First 5 Santa Barbara is offering grants to community-based organizations, including nonprofits and schools that serve children birth through 5, their families, and those who care for them. 3 categories of funding are available, with grants from $1,500 to $15,000. An information session will be held this Thursday at 10 a.m. Depending on the grant category, applications are due between November 22nd and December 3rd. For more information, the public can go to the website at first5santabarbaracounty.org. First 5 Santa Barbara County is one word, .org. Our legislative platform. We'll be bringing the legislative platform to your board next actually next month. The public is invited to learn more about the county's legislative priorities, principles, and issues, and to view the past legislative priorities, comment on the draft 22 legislative platform. The public's invited to do so, and you can go to the County Executive Office webpage on countyofsb.org and open programs. Fourth, the county's Citizens Independent Redistricting Commission is holding a series of public hearings this month and next month before the final maps will be drawn in December. The next meeting is tomorrow, November 3rd in Santa Maria, and virtually beginning at 6 p.m. For the agenda, mapping tools, and a list of upcoming meetings, the public can go to www.drawsantabarbaracounty.org, www.drawsantabarbaracounty.org. And finally, our community has begun to receive electric service from Central Coast Community Energy, or 3CE. Enrolled customers will begin to see Central Coast Community Energy electric generation charges on their November bill. To help understand residential and commercial account billing from PGE in North County or SoCal Edison in the South, the website at 3cenergy.org has helpful information and videos. Enrollment is open through early December, and customers in PG&E's North County service area began in January 2021. Service for Buellton begins in January 2022. The public may also contact the Community Services Department of the county at countyofsb.org/sustainability. And those are my announcements.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Next item is the approval of the administrative agenda. I understand that we have item A6 pulled by one of the supervisors. Any other items being pulled by the board? Seeing Supervisor Williams?
Are we going to
Yeah,
table?
I'll take, and then I'm going to go ahead and pull A4 and A22 to work on some business of the clerk and I and the public meeting here. And I understand we have also A5 being pulled by the public. Any other items? Okay, so seeing none, no other items being pulled, can I get a motion to approve the balance of the agenda with the exception of A4, 5, 6, and 22?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, so the first item of business is item A4, which, Madam Clerk, will you please read that in the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider the adoption of the 2022 Board of Supervisors schedule of meeting dates and locations.
Okay, my understanding is there's a couple of tweaks that need to take place still before adoption, so I'm going to ask that we continue it to next week's meeting, if that's okay. So if I can get a motion to continue item A4 to our meeting on November 9th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, let's go ahead and go to item A5.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding an update on the coronavirus disease 2018, COVID-19.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have a few public speakers.
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak on this item. And we will go to Zoom to begin with Matthew Strezpek, to be followed by Dr. Amy Smith. Matthew?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is the audio good?
It is. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Matthew Strezpek, and I live in Goleta. And I have a medical exemption from the mask mandate, as do a number of us in the community. And I thought it would be good to appear here today and let you know about some of the discrimination that we're facing in the county. Many of us, myself included, are being denied access to grocery stores and restaurants, the city, county MTM buses, taxis, trains, boats, planes. We're being denied access to government buildings and meetings. We can't enter post offices to conduct business. We can't access computers in the libraries. We're turned away from banks and credit unions, medical facilities and doctors' offices, private businesses, theaters, concert halls. Basically, we're denied access to most public and private spaces because of the overreaching mask mandate. We're being forced out of society. We're being denied access to participate fully in society. And we've spent the past 20 months writing letters and making phone calls and sending emails. And Dr. Do Reynoso and Henning Ansor, they've been ignoring us, as have most of you. And we were told that only 2 weeks were needed to flatten the curve. And here we are 20 months later, and we still can't walk into a grocery store or board the county bus without being denied. This is discrimination, and it's not fair. And states like Florida and Texas and South Dakota and about 20 other states, maybe 25 states, have banned face masks. They've banned COVID passports. And it's time that we do the same here in Santa Barbara. And we have the right to perform citizen's arrest if that's what is needed. We've given Van Do Reynoso and Henning Ansor every opportunity to do the right thing, and they've ignored us. But it is our right to perform a citizen's arrest on anyone that is committing these misdemeanor crimes. It's wrong to restrict another person's breathing, and it's discriminatory to deny people fair access just for participating in the full community. In my final moments here, I would encourage you to speak to the two doctors and end this mask mandate now. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Our next speaker is Dr. Amy Smith, to be followed by Cheryl Trosky, who is our final speaker.
Ms. Smith, Dr. Smith, when you're ready,
Good morning. Can you hear me?
we can.
Great. I want to add on to the last speaker that it is very concerning that we continue to have these policies after 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Now there's 91 studies that show natural immunity is superior to the very narrow COVID injection-induced immunity, which is, of course, coming from a genetically modified mRNA molecule or from a genetically modified adenovirus being introduced into the body to teach the body for the very first time to make the antigen that the body is supposed to respond to. This is a very disturbing shift and a very big change in the technology that's being used, that's still being called a vaccine, even though many dispute that it deserves that title. It should have its own title to not misinform the public, so that their ability to give informed consent to participate in this experiment would be with full disclosure. So this injection is being promoted, is being coerced. People are losing their jobs. People lost their job yesterday. Certain teachers, for example, I spoke to one. It's very, very disturbing. People are handing out $100 bills at Santa Barbara City College to get people to get this shot and to sign up and give away their privacy to a digital portal. This is very chilling and not based on science. That's the most frightening part to me, that if there was a terrible situation and the science could be shown that it was necessary to do certain steps, then it would be you wouldn't need mandates. Actually, people would be convinced by the strength of the evidence that was brought to bear. But in this case, we're just told by Dr. Ansorg that the injection-induced immunity from these so-called vaccines from the Pfizer Corporation and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson is superior to natural immunity. That would be, as far as I know, the first time that's ever happened, that we were able to artificially create immunity superior to the immunity gotten from recovering from a disease. And guess what? 91 studies say it's not different in this case, that actually the natural immunity is superior, but it's not being recognized because for some reason, everybody has to get this shot that they won't tell us. The shot that has 20% of the ingredients are not disclosed, which is again a violation of informed consent, which is part of the Nuremberg Code and California Code, as well as federal law requires full informed consent to participate in an experimental medical experiment, and it's not there. So these very, very concerning facts continue to be ignored. Dr. Ansor continues to make statements that are not based on any science he can provide, such as that the vaccine-induced immunity is superior.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you.
All right.
And our next speaker on Zoom is Cheryl Trotsky, to be followed by Maria Kestner, who will be our final speaker.
Before we get to Ms. Trotsky, I'll go ahead and close public comment on this item at this time.
Cheryl?
All right.
Cheryl, you are unmuted on our end. If you can unmute yourself and please provide your comments.
Let's go ahead and move to the next speaker, and if she comes back on, we'll come to her.
And Chair Nelson, members of the board, unfortunately, our next speaker bounced off. Oh, and now she is back. Thank you. And we will now go to Maria Kestner.
Ms. Kestner, welcome back.
Okay, good morning, Board of Supervisors. I didn't prepare a statement, but I'd like to add to the other speaker, the first speaker that is talking about discrimination. My daughter, who is exempt from mask mandate, was denied entry to the county building where you're sitting in. We were ushered to an outside patio. We were thrown off the MTD bus. I was trying to accommodate for the longest time for my daughter to wear a mask. Her mask becomes wet in no time. I'm constantly dealing with wet masks. I tried it for a year. And then if I would bring up that my daughter is actually exempt by county order, we were thrown off the MTD bus. Okay, by all means, by a bus driver who is a minority. So this idea that only minorities are always discriminated against is just not true. We were thrown off the bus. They made a big stink. They had a supervisor coming. They were gonna call the police. And I got it resolved with the MTD bus. And now I enter the bus without a mask. My daughter enters the bus without a mask, wearing a mask. And it's not just the bus. It's not just the county building. It is the YMCA wanted to have my daughter wear a mask on the treadmill. She has a visual disability, 6 different visual disabilities. And everywhere we go, I have to just present a ton of paperwork, having constant back and forth via email that basically businesses around the country, around the county, in our case, are violating my daughter's right to, to not having to wear a mask because she has an exemption. And now we just find out that the Santa Barbara Unified School District is firing people for not wanting to vaccinate. I mean, the discrimination is through the roof by the party that's always talking about equity. The Black intellectual community calls this woke racism, and we need to start speaking up. Okay, a lot of us are against discrimination of any kind, either based on race, it's either based on medical condition or any other condition. And the Democratic Party and its representatives in our government, in our local government, are now becoming the driving force of discrimination, open discrimination. And there's no scientific justification for this. And there is no civil rights justification for this. And this has to stop. And I am a liberal. Let me just make it very clear. I'm a pro-choice liberal. And this has to stop. Those of us that are liberals, that are against what's going on in this Democratic Party, that I don't even recognize back from the Bush years. We have to put a stop to this. We have to speak up and
Thank you, Ms. Kestner. That is your time.
And Chair Nelson, members of the board, I would like to note for the record that Cheryl Trotsky did inform the clerk of the board she no longer requests to speak.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I am just going to ask for some accountability from the chair. You know, this forum, while it has seemingly a way to indulge dissent, has descended into a forum. Apparently, I mean, we just listened to someone threaten a coup over a disagreement of mask policy. He just threatened to arrest the members of the Board of Supervisors and the top-level administrators, which is just a euphemism for using physical force to get your way in public policy. And I just am going to ask that the chair have some accountability for this, because I believe this sort of forum has outlived its usefulness. Though, I guess while it's agendized, I would love to also hear if there is staff available for how things are going out there.
All right, well, since the question was about the accountability from the chair, I'll just explain myself that the reason why I've continued to ask and to have this item on the administrative agenda is to give an opportunity for the public to speak specifically to this item. While I may disagree with some comments, and I think some of them do border on the level of civility that should accompany this forum, I am trying to respect the opportunity for public comment. I believe many of these speakers, if we did not have this item, would be speaking in general public comment. I would defer to County Council on my ability to limit the comments or to shut down public comment based on the content, and potentially contempt of some of the speakers.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, there are limitations in the Brown Act on public comment, including that it's supposed to be limited to the subject matter at issue. As the chair, you do have discretion on length of time and making sure that the public does speak to the topic that is at issue.
Okay, well, I just want to express that my preference is somewhat of a wide latitude. There are things that are offensive that are said on many issues, and I want to make sure that we avoid the personal attacks. I think we have that actually in our agenda every week. I think there's a level of frustration that is in the public, and I think having venues such as this is important, a part of that on both sides. It's, sometimes I've heard over the last couple of years that sometimes, there needs to be some air let out of the balloon, if you will. And so I think that that's what I'm trying to offer as the chair. I do appreciate your frustration, Supervisor Williams, with it, but that's my preference moving forward, is to create an outlet, an opportunity, not necessarily a forum. I know that's been asked at many times to have a forum on COVID. I would prefer to be able to have the public comment take place, and then for us to move on with the county business at hand. We've got a lot of important things that we're trying to get done here with the five of us, as well as with our staff. So I'm just trying to balance all of that the best I can as your chair.
Well, Mr. Chair, I do want to express empathy for that difficulty of balance and whether to create accountability that applies to everyone or accountability that just applies to ones that infringe upon the basic rules of free speech of this country. The basic rules of free speech of this country is that you cannot make threats of physical harm. You cannot yell fire in a theater. And it is not our job to provide a loudspeaker for people who want to yell fire in a theater. So I just hope that you will reflect on some form of accountability for people who are making physical threats against our staff and against our colleagues.
So to further my hope and attempt to do that, last meeting, after the meeting, I actually went and met with many of these people and talked to them about what the civility that I thought would be most effective with this board. So I am making those attempts in our community to raise the bar, if you will, in having productive speech. So with that, Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I appreciate that you're trying, and I think you're exactly right that if we didn't have this item, that we would have the same speakers saying the same things on public comment, And so I don't really see an alternative. I think the number of speakers has diminished down to a small group of people who seem determined to say the same thing every single week. I don't think that's particularly persuasive to anybody, but they are welcome to come and speak. But I do think it would be more persuasive on their part if they would avoid expressing some of the things that they're saying.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. I believe Supervisor Williams did ask for a quick update from either Dr. Del Reynoso or Dr. Anzorg on how well things are going or not. Dr. Del Reynoso?
Yes, good morning, Chair Nelson and members of the board. With regards to case rate, we stand at 9 per 100,000. However, statewide, there are many counties seeing a slight uptick, and we are beginning to see that as well. We will be monitoring our case rate as well as our testing positivity, as well as the R effective to ensure to anticipate surges coming around the corner due to winter holidays and increase time spent indoors. With regards to vaccinations for children 5 to 11, as you are aware, that is the FDA provided the emergency use authorization last week, and we anticipate CDC and the Western states, as well as CDPH, to give us guidance sometime this week. We are in fast and furious planning still with our healthcare providers, and anticipate that our role in the vaccination of the newly eligibles 5 to 11 will be in conjunction with our school partners and the state, in particular in the health equity metric areas. I'm not sure if your board has specific questions or updates that you are interested in.
I actually have a couple quick questions, and then I'm glad to go to any of my colleagues. How's our hospital capacity?
It is, the last time I looked, we are still at a critical point with regards to capacity, and we are seeing some wiggle room in the ICU.
Okay, and then I guess my other question is, as we're looking at case rates, is the best way to look at it as the 4-day lag when we're on the dashboard? I was curious which numbers to look at moving forward. I know that we're coming very close to reaching some of the CDC numbers for moderate transmission. But I'm not sure which number to be looking at on our dashboard.
So both will provide a unique perspective. So the state and CDC both use a 7-day lag. For us as a community, during the height of our surge, we as a community felt that the 7-day lag was too much looking in arrears and not giving us real-time perspective. So we moved to a 4-day lag to give us that quicker information or data to guide our policies. So I would say that the 7-day is the standard, and the 4-day gives you a preview.
Great, thank you very much. Other questions from the board? All right, Supervisor Lavanino.
Not a question as much as I think something to celebrate. We are at 79% of eligible Santa Barbara County individuals vaccinated. We're almost at the 80% range. And I know I guess we could say back in the day, we were really excited if we could get to 70%. Now we're at 80%. And I guess just a question about masks moving forward. Like, what level do we think that, I mean, does that eligibility, what metric are we looking at to talk about loosening the mask mandate?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, we had discussed that being
in the case rate of 6 per 100,000 for at least 2 weeks would be a reasonable metric to guide lifting the indoors mask mandate.
And can you explain why that's the metric? I mean, if hospital, well, just give us an explanation of why you feel that 6 per 100,000 is the place to be.
6 per 100,000 is a place to be because it gives us an indication that cases are decreasing. The widespread transmission in our community has lessened. And this is in particular important with the winter holidays coming up and the circulating viruses during the winter holidays, and the activities tend to be more indoors.
Right. But if the percentage of individuals vaccinated continues to increase, doesn't case rate at some point, that metric, the importance of that, start to lower? I mean, we know what we would still have the cases, but the reason why we're getting vaccinated is so that the disease won't be as debilitating. So if more of us are vaccinated, it seems like the case rate could be higher and would have the same effect.
I'm thinking about your comment.
Well, if we could just, at next meeting, if we could talk about that, that would be helpful. But it just seems like there's some math that would be out there that if we continue to climb in vaccinated percentage of population, that case rate takes on a less of importance, I guess. But that's just out there for thought. So if you could address that at the next meeting, that would be great.
Yes, and we will certainly come back and provide a detailed explanation about the case rate and the importance of that in our indoor masking mandate. But I noticed that Dr. Answerk wishes to make comments.
Yeah, if I may, I just wanted to compare us with the rest of the counties in California, and 95% of the population in California is currently still under an indoor masking mandate. The only county that was able to lift it was Marin County as of last week. They have the lowest case rate in the state, and they have by far the highest vaccination rate. Now, 79 or almost 80% vaccination rate of the eligible population does not take into account the non-eligible population, which is a substantial number of potential susceptible people. So as soon as the CDC gives the okay for children between 5 and 11, our eligible population will go up by 10%, and therefore the vaccination rate will go down by 10%. So it is probably, with regard to how widespread the virus is still in the community and how much susceptibility there is in the community, it's probably wiser to look at the not the eligible people vaccinated, but the total population, because if that's 60%, then we have 40% who may still be very susceptible. And that is concerning. And the case rate has proven to be the easiest indicator. Behind the case rate, obviously, we're looking at hospitalization, we're looking at variants that are circulating, and we're looking at trends. And we're calculating on a weekly basis. They are effective. Every county in California is doing the same thing. And that is the reasoning behind the indoor masking mandate. So you are right in that if the higher the vaccination rate is, the more prudent it would be to lift the indoor masking mandate. I agree with that. So I hope that helps explain a little bit more.
It does. I believe. And so let's go to Supervisor Hart, and then I've got, did you want
I
to follow
just,
up there?
one
Supervisor
follow-up on
Lavenio?
that too is, so if we lump in those that are, and I understand the thought behind that of folks that aren't eligible to be vaccinated, do we ever lump in those that may not have been vaccinated, but that have actually had the disease so that they have built up immunities?
We are, but unfortunately, we can only use estimates there. So everybody who has been vaccinated is documented in, electronically. So we have an exact number of people who are vaccinated, but we do not have an exact number of persons who recovered from COVID infection. So we have to go by estimates there, but we do take it into account.
What, if you estimate it, how many of the other 20% have actually had it? I'm curious so out of that, let's say that's another 10%. So out of that remaining 10%, that's where we're getting all of the hospitalizations, and is that correct? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out at what point.
Yeah, I mean, the math is a little off because we cannot go by with the 79% of the eligible population. We have to go by the population at large, and then we would have 40% unvaccinated. And even if we consider that out of these 40%, maybe 10 or 15% have natural immunity, then we still have a significant amount of persons who are at risk for infection. And that is a pool that is that large, around 100,000 people for sure. And if they are not adhering to public health procedures like we have, then the virus the case rates will just go up.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I thought it might be helpful to look at Marin County's vaccination rates just to compare to our county, and it is pretty astonishing. In Marin County, of the total population, 87% of Marin residents have received one dose. 87%. 81% have completed the series, but of the eligible population, 98% of the population has received one dose, and 94% have completed the series. So there's a very, very high vaccination rate in Marin, and their case count, as Dr. Ansord said, I think their blended rate is in that 6 per 100,000 rate. So we have a ways to go.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, and I'll just say for those that have advocated that we integrate those that have been already infected in our calculation, I can tell you from my conversations with Dr. Ansord, he has been thinking about that the whole time. It is just simply that we still need to get higher levels of vaccination to have anything close to real herd immunity, particularly given the fact that some other areas that get colder earlier than we do are already experiencing signs of yet another surge. So, look, I don't think we should always invoke disaster, but it does lead us to, me to believe that we still need to get higher levels of vaccination in preparation for what may come.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Lavenino.
Okay, so I'll play a little bit of devil's advocate here in that I think you're at the point now where you've vaccinated almost everybody that's going to get vaccinated, right? I mean, I don't know how much more outreach. I don't know anybody out there that's like, hey, man, I haven't heard of this vaccination that you're talking about. Where do I get one? So we're going to, at some point, you can only get so many people vaccinated. Even Marin, for where they are, they're not at 100%. And you said that their case rate is basically at 6. So they're barely able to withdraw the mask. So I guess my question is, if we don't see, I mean, if we don't get to this 90% that Marin has, and even Marin barely qualifies to get off the mask mandate, and now we're going to add all these, kids that we're going to start counting as eligible that haven't received the vaccine. I'm just trying to figure out, like, are we talking another year with masks, another 2 years with masks? We have to tell people at some point, is this really still an emergency? Are we overloading our hospitals? And I understand getting through the winter time, your holiday season that you're talking about, but we got to give people something, a goal of some sort. And I guess to me, the goal was at some point it was 70% getting people vaccinated, then it was 80% getting people vaccinated. And I'm just trying to figure out, and I guess now it's 6, the case rate is 6. That's the goal. I don't know how, to talk to people about how we get there. It seems like, I don't know, it's just really difficult at this point because I'm starting to feel the dial down of the emergency, but I don't feel a dial it down of how we're dealing with it.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Yeah, I have something to piggyback on that. The Marin's taken off their mask. They're not below 6, they're in 6s. That's because they're following the CDC guidelines, which means below 7 or 50 cases for a week. And so, for the numbers, you look at our 4-day lag, if we actually have 21 on the next lag, we'll actually be at that number here locally. So, I mean, I think, the disease is getting close to being manageable. And I think that's what the idea here is. I think it seems like herd immunity is off the table. Nobody's necessarily talking about that this is something that's going to be with us indefinitely. And, a lot of our cases are asymptomatic or mild. Our hospitalizations, I heard critical, but I don't think every hospital always says it's critical. Our numbers are significantly lower. We're not overtaxing that. More other issues is with staffing than with hospital beds. So can you maybe for the next meeting outline to us, because we need to move on to some other items, why our county needs to have a different level than what has been approved by the CDC? I think that's really important. So, CEO Miyasada?
Chair Nelson, we were planning to bring this back as another A item. Would you like a discussion item so Public Health can address those questions, or would you like it just to put it in the staff report?
Let's go ahead and probably move it to a departmental item so that we can have the discussion. It sounds like there's enough interest in it that we may need to, again, let the air out of the balloon a little bit on some of these issues that are coming to a head.
And again, your focus is on different criteria for removing the mask mandate.
Right, and yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Van Molen?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just wanted to, just looking at provisions of the Brown Act, and I wanted to come back to limitations on public comment. So as I said before, we're required to have public comment on every item, and it is limited to items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. The board does have the ability to adopt reasonable regulations, which includes an amount of time. But this is the piece I really wanted to point out is that the legislative body shall not prohibit public criticism on policies, procedures, programs, services of the agency, or the acts or omissions of the legislative body. And when the Attorney General looked at this, balancing the government code provisions in the Brown Act with freedom of speech protections, it was analyzed as a limited public forum, which means that public comment may properly be limited to the topics within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body, and that you may prohibit members of the public who are speaking on items that are outside of that.
And just to get back to my explanation, is I'm giving, I feel like a wide latitude on the COVID in exchange for that item coming up again later on in the general public comment. I've asked public commenters to stick to one or the other, and that's how I hope to continue to move our meetings forward. All right, seeing no additional comments on this or public comment, can I get a motion to approve item A5?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, next item up is item number A6. Madam Clerk, will you please read that in the record? That's been pulled by Supervisor Hartman.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is from General Services and Community Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding an option to purchase and proceed with the acquisition of the property located at 6549 El Colegio Road for housing navigation services and the operation of an emergency shelter, folio number 003993.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to call attention to a major accomplishment for our county and community. This purchase had to take place by the end of December. It's happening 2 months ahead of schedule. And so I just want to recognize the efforts of General Services. Not only did they do this, but they were able to renovate the building so that people from the Pallet Village could take up residence there. We had an opportunity, my staff last week, to tour the facility, and it's a really wonderfully run facility that's perfect for the purpose, and Good Samaritan is doing a tremendous job. We had the good fortune of meeting someone who had lived in the parks, moved to the Pallet Village, and now has a job there and really turned his life around. So we're so proud to be part of that. It really works, and it's worth the investment. And thank you, everyone who's helped make this happen.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, can I get a motion to approve item A6?
So moved.
Second for Supervisor Lavanillo. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. All right, our final A item is item A22.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 22 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the appointment of the Director of Behavioral Wellness. And I just have a quick announcement to make on this item this morning. As required by Government Code Section 54953C3, during administrative agenda item number 22, the board is agendized to consider the appointment of the Director of Behavioral Wellness with a biweekly pay rate of $8,432.64, plus other benefits consistent with those received by other Santa Barbara County department heads, effective December 13th, 2021. That concludes my announcement on this item.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second by Supervisor Lavanino. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. All right, that concludes our administrative agenda. Our next item is our general public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have members of the general public available for public comment today?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, yes, we have 3 requests to speak on general public comment this morning. We're going to begin in person here in Santa Barbara with Caroline Abate, to be followed by Ori Liwanag, and then we will go to Zoom with Maria Kestner. Caroline?
Well, before we get started, welcome, Caroline. I just want to remind our public commenters that this is for items not on the agenda. I give a wide latitude in the COVID item so that we can limit our comments and public comment to, again, things that aren't the agenda here. So again, as we go through this, it really is an either or and not both. I understand some of you guys will probably try to connect those, but I ask that you please work with me to move our meeting along. Thank you. Caroline, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. At the October 5th Board of Supervisors meeting, 3 board members voted in favor of supporting abortion. Let's think more carefully about what exactly it was they voted to support. We know that the unborn are people with just as much a right to life as you and I. All you have to do is look at the ultrasound images of them, and you can see this immediately. We've talked about their fingerprints, their unique DNA, their beating heart, nerve endings, pain sensors, hands, arms, legs, fingerprints, and face. The unborn are very important people and play a vital role in our society. How greatly society values all human life is a reflection of just how peaceful and civilized we really are. Our state and our country have been gradually slipping into the grips of a culture of death. Look at the progression of abortion and physician-assisted suicide. Abortion began as allowed for just the first 3 months. Next, it was okay for up to 6 months, and then up until the moment of birth. In January 2019, the governor of Virginia saw nothing wrong with allowing an infant to be born while life-saving medical intervention is withheld and the infant be left to die. Similarly, when physician-assisted suicide became legal in 2016, a 15-day wait was required along with a written request. Now, Gavin Newsom signed a law that reduced the waiting time to commit suicide from 15 days to only 48 hours, and no requirement for a written request. As these laws continue to expand and increase in their capability, they quietly work to erode away our perception that the value of human life is more important than anything else. Unless this is stopped, over time, it will become more and more acceptable to kill people for all sorts of arbitrary reasons. This insidious progression to kill and allow to die is a true public health crisis and an absolute threat to the safety of every one of us. We need to think very carefully about all of these dangerous issues and their consequences. Voting is a very serious act. Voters, please ask candidates for elected office, where do you stand on these critical issues, abortion and physician-assisted suicide? Thank you so much for being willing to listen.
Thank you, Ms. Bate.
We will now go to Ori Liwanag, and then we will go to Maria Kessner on Zoom. Ori?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi there. Hi, everyone. My name is Ori. I'm the campus organizer with CalPERS students at UCSB. CalPERS Students is a statewide student-run and student-funded nonprofit group. And we started nearly 50 years ago because students wanted to play an active role in local, statewide, and national decision-making around things like climate change, voter participation, college accessibility, and so much more. We're able to do the work that we do thanks to the 25,000 plus student members across the state that pledged to add the $10 CalPERS activities fee to their tuition bill, supporting us and giving students a voice in politics. And just in these past 2 weeks, we were able to sign up 1,200 new student members here at UCSB. But right now we're working, and we know that that has worked over the years. A couple years ago, we were working with Congress to save $2.6 billion in Pell Grant funding to make sure that college is affordable and accessible to students across the country. We worked with the UC system to commit our own campuses to phase out single-use plastics and reach 100% clean electricity, and took that win to the statewide level where we worked to help pass the plastic bag ban and pass SB 100, which is the bill committing the entire state to 100% clean electricity by 2045. But we also know that that's just the first step, and we need to be bolder if we want to stop the worst impacts of climate change. So we're working to call on our state leaders to commit every part of California to 100% clean energy. And we know that Santa Barbara County here has spearheaded these sustainability efforts in the past. And we wanted to thank you, members of the board, for helping with those efforts. But this year, we want to work with you to improve our electric vehicle infrastructure in our county, and we'd love to meet with members of the board in the near future to draft a resolution in support of electrifying our transportation sector here in Santa Barbara County. So I'm excited to work with you all. Hopefully we can set up a meeting, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Zoom with Maria Kessner, and then we did have an additional request to speak back here in Santa Barbara with Kenneth Corbin. Maria?
Good morning again, Board of Supervisors. I would like to comment again
I have to point out weekly on the utter ignorance of this board on the rule of law. The comments made, and this is not just directly at Supervisor Williams, but it was just made by Supervisor Williams
Maria,
on the public
Maria,
comment that was made.
Maria,
Yes?
we need it. We're not going back and forth addressing
Okay.
the previous item.
Imminent lawless action is the freedom of speech golden rule, Supreme Court ruling that determines what is violent speech and what is unacceptable. There are two prongs. It's imminent. Violence has to be imminent, and it has to be a very likely threat. And it has to stop that this board needs to educate itself on the rule of law and the rights of the public. And again, every week I have to point out something where the board is violating the public's rights. That's the end of my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kestner.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Kenneth Corbin, and we had an additional request to speak on Zoom with Justin Shores. Kenneth Corbin.
Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to commend you all for doing an exceptional job in these challenging times. I wanted to speak just briefly regarding legal nonconforming and what's pending, and just provide a little insight. I know the CEO and the business licensing departments are doing a great job.
Mr. Corbett, that's actually department item number 2.
Oh.
So this is general public comment items that are not on the agenda today. So legal nonconforming is part of our departmental item number 2. So
Come
you
back
can,
at?
yeah, if you can stick around for a little bit later, we'd love to hear your comments.
Oh, wonderful. What
Right.
time?
Thank you.
What time, sir?
Oh, probably in about 45 minutes.
Thank you very much.
To an hour here. Yeah, thank you.
And Chair Nelson, members of the board, we are going to return to Zoom with Justin Shores to be followed by Amy Smith.
Okay, and at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. So we seem to be collecting more. Want to hear from you all, but we need to get moving along as well.
Justin, please proceed with your comments.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
You can.
Okay, I just wanted to ask for a couple things. One, if we could have a consideration for a single-use mask ban, because then we're having right now a big conference on climate change and how we could do better for being stewards of the environment. I think that would be a huge thing, huge step in the right direction based on all the mask waste and all the pollution that is showing up at a local level even. So that's something we all can do something for. You know, we all, most of us don't drill oil or frack ourselves. So as a personal level, we could all do better and consider, you know, just wearing a cloth mask instead of using single-use disposable masks all the time. And I think most people aren't even using them correctly. The guidelines are one-time use, and most people use them forever, and then, you know, it ends up on the ground all nasty. I also wanted to ask for an ethics research into Daz Williams, into his meddling in the Santa Barbara election. I think it's pretty bad that somebody with his influence would try to have somebody bow out of the election in Deborah Schwartz. So it's really, really telling that our party politics are controlling the candidates. I mean, we don't even get a choice in our candidates anymore if the parties are forcing out candidates that they don't want, even if they're good candidates. So I think this is a turning point for America, where we can look at both parties as parties that are not doing anything for us. They're really just trying to keep in power. So if we can start finding candidates that are not endorsed by the party and get behind those candidates and take people like Daz and who want to use their influence to just carry water for the party, we can use that to hopefully get them out of office. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shore.
And we will now go to Amy Smith, who is our final speaker.
Dr. Smith?
Thank you. I would like to invite all of you tomorrow to come out to a worldwide protest, actually, but our county, we're inviting people to go to the City Hall in Santa Barbara. And it would be a great opportunity for you to come talk to some people who have been lost their job over, perhaps even your mandate for countywide employees. Certainly teachers will be there who are losing their jobs. So there's a worldwide protest against mandates, vaccine passports, all of these things. And, all the ways that our society is being changed. It's not just the health issue, but the whole life, freedoms, discrimination, ability to work, ability to go to a theater. All of these things are being changed. It's huge changes. And community members, maybe there's fewer here today, but others are listening. I'm getting comments from people online. This movement is growing. The concern is growing. Now you're coming for our kids. Dr. Ansorg wants to vaccinate children who have a very, very low death rate from this disease. And there's a strong ethical principle that you do not give someone a risky medicine to protect other people. And the concept of giving children a medicine to protect very old, vulnerable people is very questionable. That the idea that society would sacrifice its children for the oldest is just.
Dr. Smith, can we, I think we're getting
So-
back into the issues
Yeah,
surrounding
okay.
COVID.
Well, so I would welcome you to all come in person and speak with your constituents, the people who vote for you, the people who pay the taxes, the people who count on you and trust you, to see their faces and hear their stories and learn about what they're concerned about. We've been kind of in a bubble with the lockdown. We were separated from each other. We do, I'm here visiting you on Zoom, which is, not the ideal way to be, meeting. And I know you do allow people to come in, and I think that's fabulous that you actually let people come into the meeting, unlike some other boards in this county. And so I think this is a great opportunity for you, and I hope you will take us up on it to come out and hear what people have to say. So that's noon tomorrow, meeting at City Hall in Santa Barbara. Everyone is welcome. And there's vaccinated and unvaccinated people who are very concerned about stripping people of their rights, setting up a surveillance network that requires people to have some proof of some medical procedure to get into a theater to watch their child perform. This is completely unprecedented in the history of the world, really. And we are just going along as if everything's normal. And people are fleeing the state. People are looking to move to other places. These are the kind of things that you'd expect elected officials to be very concerned about, and regularly going out and finding out how people are doing and what their concerns are when these big changes
Okay,
to
Dr.
so
Smith,
many people's lives are happening.
Thank you. That is your time. All right, that concludes public comment. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break and be back at 11 for departmental item number 1. Or sorry, no, sorry. Can't read right hands here. At 10:25 for departmental item number 1. back. The next item on the agenda is departmental item number 1. Madam Clerk, will you please read that item into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Williams appeal of the County Planning Commission's denial of the Williams accessory dwelling unit ADU projects, case numbers 21 APL-00024, 21 APL-00025, and 21 APL-0026.
All right, thank you. So at this time, I call for ex parte communication. Supervisor Williams?
Maybe my staff could correct me, but none that I am aware of.
All right. Supervisor Lavanino?
None to report.
Supervisor Hart?
None to report?
Supervisor Hartman?
None.
Okay. And I as well have had no communication with anybody in regards to this proposed project. With that, we'll go ahead and move to staff.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. As announced by Ms. Carbajal, this is an appeal of ADU projects in Isla Vista. The projects were denied by staff based on the fact that we don't have the regulations adopted in the coastal zone yet. And that was appealed to the Planning Commission, which they did not support the appeal, and then it's now been appealed to the board. Today, we have Supervising Planner Alex Tuttle here. We have Planner Travis Lee, and then Deputy Director Seawards is available by Zoom if there are questions. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tuttle and Mr. Lee.
Welcome.
Can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Nelson and members of the board. My name is Travis Lee, and I will be presenting the Williams appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the Williams accessory dwelling unit's coastal development permits, known as 21 APL 024, 025, and 026. The projects are located at 6513, 6515, and 6517 Del Playa Drive respectively, shown in the yellow boxes on the slide. The proposed projects are to convert the existing garages at each parcel into accessory dwelling units of 370 gross square feet. The parcels are located approximately 250 feet from the University of California at Santa Barbara's campus and within half a mile of 3 coastal access points. The projects, known as 20 CDP 00060, 00061, and 00062, were submitted on August 19th, 2020, and included conversion of the existing garages into accessory dwelling units. As each dwelling is essentially identical, a representative proposed floor plan is shown on the slide before you. As permitted in 2004 by a coastal development permit with hearing and modification, each parcel contained 4 parking spaces, 2 in the garage and 2 tandem in front of the garage. This is the minimum number of parking spaces of the SRM8 zone. Each garage also contained 3 bicycle parking spaces as required. The director denied the projects on October 16th, 2020, and the applicant filed an appeal on October 26th. The project was denied by the County Planning Commission on April 27th, 2021, and the applicant filed a timely appeal. The project, as proposed, is inconsistent with several aspects of the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance. As the parcel is in the student residential medium density zone, 4 parking spaces are required for a 3-bedroom dwelling, and 1 covered and 1 uncovered bicycle parking space must also be provided. The project will eliminate 2 parking spaces and 3 covered bicycle spaces per parcel, causing the existing dwellings to no longer be compliant with ordinance requirements and their existing coastal development permits. Additionally, Section 35-105 of Article 2 specifically disallows elimination reduction, or conversion of required parking spaces without replacement, as is proposed. In their appeal, the applicant asserts that the state government code regarding ADUs supersedes the Coastal Act and therefore makes the county's coastal zoning ordinance null and void on the topic of ADUs. However, the government code itself states that it does not supersede the Coastal Act. This is confirmed by the Coastal Commission's April 2020 memo. As such, the requirement for replacement parking remains in effect. Additionally, as discussed previously, elimination of these parking spaces is explicitly disallowed in Article 2. In their appeal, the applicant also asserts the director did not appropriately take into account their private interests against public access concerns and that parking is abundant within Isla Vista. However, parking availability has been a stated concern in Isla Vista for several decades, as stated in documents such as the 2015 County Housing Element and a 2002 Grand Jury Report commissioned by the Board of Supervisors. Approval of the projects would cause the existing dwellings to have insufficient parking and not be in compliance with their existing coastal development permits. As a result, the dwelling residents would use public parking spaces and exacerbate the already constrained parking within Isla Vista. In their appeal, the applicant asserts 4 cars parked in tandem can fit in the driveway without infringing on the sidewalk. The parcels do not have adequate space to accommodate 4 cars parked in tandem while complying with the required 5-foot minimum distance from the edge of right-of-way. Since a regular parking space is 16.5 feet long and a compact parking space is 15.5 feet long, approximately 31 to 33 feet is necessary to accommodate 4 cars in the driveway as depicted on the next slide. As you can see on this slide, each lot does not have enough space to accommodate the 31 to 33 feet necessary to fit 4 cars without encroaching into the 5-foot required setback from the edge of right-of-way. In conclusion, staff recommends that your board take the following actions to deny the proposed project. Deny the appeals, make the required findings for denial of the project, determine the denial of the project is exempt from CEQA, and deny the proposed projects. This concludes This concludes my presentation. Staff is available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Questions from the board? I have a couple questions. So when this was originally proposed, was a CDP?
Chair Nelson, that is correct.
So forgive me for a moment. I don't have the coastal zone in my district, so I need some help here. CDP is very much like an LUP? Am I understand that correct? So
That is
usually it goes through and has, just check, make sure I'm right, or I'm thinking about this correctly. Application submitted, accepted, and then at some point approved or denied, right? Is that how that works?
Chair Nelson, that is correct.
And then it's appealable either by the applicant or maybe the public. And I think CDP actually has an extra part because it can potentially go to the Coastal Commission. Is that how that works? Well, it's,
The appealability, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the appealability to the Coastal Commission kind of depends on the situation.
Okay.
For ADUs, they are not appealable to the Coastal Commission.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand I'm doing this the correct way. So in the initial application of this project, some of the issues were already known with the application, right? I mean, or do all these things come out through the application process? I mean, I'm kind of concerned about us actually taking it in if it wasn't already inconsistent. The project description was inconsistent with what our code was, why we even accepted an application for something that, there was no chance of approval. Because I mean, I think there's a lot of times that, kind of at the counter, things are stopped before if they're obviously inconsistent with our code. And I'm just curious on how that worked with this project.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as you can imagine, our ordinances aren't all that, they're lengthy, voluminous, and there's a lot to it. So often when applications get submitted at the zoning counter, they are accepted without doing a full review of the project as it relates to the ordinance compliance. And that's part of the planner's role once the project gets assigned to a planner, is to review the project against our various regulations to determine whether there's any conflicts or potential issues. And then we would try to work with the applicant to see if those can be resolved. But ultimately, in a case like this, it was determined that it needed to be denied.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, next up is the appellant. I think we have got George and Karen Williams, or?
Yes, hi, I'm John Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're going to have 15 minutes
Yes,
for rebuttal.
great.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm John Williams. My parents are George and Karen Williams. They're the trustees of the Williams Family 2000 Trust, who are the appellants today. Their trust owns 65, 13, 15, and 17 Del Playa Drive. We bought the property in 1986 when it was a single-family house that my sister and I lived in when we went to UCSB. In 2005, we replaced the house with 3 single-family houses with attached 2-car garages. In early 2020, we submitted 3 identical CDP applications to convert the garages into ADUs, carefully complying with the new state ADU laws requirements for mandatory ministerial approval. Planning and Development denied our applications because they do not provide replacement parking for the garages. They also concluded that the lack of replacement parking would deny access to the coast in violation of the Coastal Act. We appealed that decision to the Planning Commission because the Planning and Development's denial violates state law, it misapplied the facts, and because it results in a taking that must be compensated. The Planning Commission denied our appeal on a 3-2 vote. At least one commissioner stated his belief that we were probably right on the law. Of the 3 that voted against our appeal, they seemed to think that we would suffer long waits at the Coastal Commission and that it would take us a long time to pursue this to a conclusion and that we would likely tire and drop the matter. That brings us to today. I've been practicing law in California for 27 years. We are confident that the law and the facts are on our side, and I want to assure you that we are committed to seeing this through to the end. If you grant our appeals, the approval of our CDPs are appealable to the Coastal Commission. If you deny our appeals, we will have exhausted all of our administrative remedies because the Coastal Commission will not hear appeals from denials of CDPs, and we will file in the Superior Court in the coming days. I am now going to quickly show you some slides. I think you have some slides that we submitted so that you can get a better understanding of what we're talking about. After that, I'll ask you to answer some questions that will allow you to make some factual findings and decisions today. So if you look at slides 1 through 8, you'll see that those are pictures actually of the project. So go ahead and scroll through. And then just push the button here. So this is the picture from the beach. There's the seawall. You can see that that we comply exactly with the state law. We also comply exactly with the CZO that you approved in May. The reason we were able to comply with a CZO that didn't even exist at the time was because your new CZO actually complies with the new state law. Slides, this is the exterior. You can see that, whoops. Well, you could have seen that the exterior, there's really no changes that are being created by our projects, other than we're going to build 2 small interior walls. They're they're full living units. They have bathrooms, they have a kitchen, they have a small bedroom studio setup. You can see also, this is the parking. You can see that there's 2 cars in the parking in the driveway now. 2 other cars fit there. There's regularly 4 cars on the driveway most of the time. They don't, when they are 4 cars, they don't actually block the sidewalk. Slides 9 through 16 show the law and why you have to decide that a local agency can't deny a project for failing to provide replacement parking after January 1st, 2020. This is the law. It's the exact law that you approved in May of this year. And the reason is because that's the state law. Slides 9 through 16 show the law and why you have to decide that the local agency cannot deny a project for failing to provide replacement parking after January 1st. Slides 17 through 29 and 34 through 38 show our projects won't block beach access. Here are the different beach access points. There's 27,000 people that live in Isla Vista. All of them are living within 3/4 of a mile of the 5 coastal access points. An additional 9,100 students live within 3/4 of a mile of a IV beach. Beaches in Isla Vista are more subject to over access than under access. And that's unfortunately why we have to close them every once in a while. There's also buses and whatnot, which we'll get into in a second. Slides 30 through 33 are showing that even if you find our projects block some access, the Coastal Act's balancing test must be followed, and the policies requiring approval outweigh the policies for denial. Slide 45 is important because it shows the decision to grant or appeal and approve our CDPs will comply with applicable law, create much needed housing, and won't impact beach access in Isla Vista at all. Slide 46 through 48 show that if you deny the applications due to public access, the county must pay just compensation for a taking pursuant to the Coastal Act. Slides 49 through 51 are a recommended decision and findings and the facts necessary to make those findings. So here are the questions that our appeals present. 1, can the county require replacement parking after January 1st, 2020 in the coastal zone? Section 6585 2.2A1D Romanet 11 says explicitly, quote, when a garage is converted to an ADU, the state agency the local agency shall not require that those off-street parking spaces for the primary unit be replaced, end quote. Government Code Section 6585 2.2A4 specifically states, quote, if a local agency has an ADU ordinance that does not meet the new requirements, it is null and void, and the state requirements must be used until a new ordinance that complies is adopted. There is no end quote. There is no language in the state's ADU law or the Coastal Act that says the foregoing language does not apply to properties in the coastal zone. In fact, to reach that conclusion, you have to read words out of the government code that are there that make it clear that the foregoing language applies to all property in California, inside and outside of the coastal zone. Yet staff wants you to find that the government code does not apply to properties subject to certified LCPs. Staff needs you to find that the county's certified LCP is the Coastal Act and not a local development law, because Government Code Section 6585 2.2L says it doesn't preempt the Coastal Act, even though it preempts every conflicting local development law. The problem with staff's argument is that the government code doesn't say that certified LCPs are the Coastal Act, nor does the Coastal Act, nor is there any case law that says a certified LCP is the Coastal Act. In fact, the only case law says LCPs are local development law, but not solely local law. Our vote was 3-2 before the Planning Commission because at least one commissioner believed we are probably right on the law. The second question that our appeals present today is, do our projects deny access to the coast? Will the elimination of our 6 parking spaces have such a large impact on the availability of parking in IV that people will be prevented from being able to go to the beach? When making this determination, remember that each house already has the capacity to park 4 modern-sized cars, and that won't change after the ADUs are built. Planning concedes in its board agenda letter to you today that if granted a modification, 6515 and 6517 could meet the current LCP and CZO. So that's if you wanted to refer to the slides. I can't make them go backwards. Slides 6 through 8 and page 3 of the Board of Supervisors agenda letter to you today is where you can go to see that evidence. There are 15, please also remember, there are 15 dedicated coastal access spaces within 450 feet of our project. They're over at, they're in UCSB, but they're dedicated spaces. You got parking meters and whatnot. You can see that on slides 34 through 38. There are also 2 bus stops within 500 feet of the projects. That's on slide 22. Please also consider that if parking for beach access was so dire, the county would not have been able to remove the 15 or so parking spaces that are painted red in front of or near all of the access points in Isla Vista. You can see that on slides 24 through 29. Please also remember that most people that visit the beach in Isla Vista get there by walking, running, or riding their bike. 36,000 people per day find a place to park in IV. That's slide 21. That comes from the Isla Vista master plan. If parking for access is so dire that in Isla Vista, the county can always dedicate some or all of the parking on Del Playa as coastal access only, thereby guaranteeing parking for beach access. By not doing so, one must conclude there's ample coastal access. The third question presented by our appeal: if you find our projects do block access, does the policy for access outweigh the policy for housing and private property rights? As slides 30 through 33 show, before a project can be denied for impacting access, the local agency must balance the interests of the public and of private property owners pursuant to Coastal Acts Section 30210 and 30214B. In our case, there's a possible slight impact on parking, which may or may not actually impact access to the beach, but a denial will deprive 6 people of all of their housing. It will also deprive the property owner of all of the economic benefit of the right to build an ADU. This balance seems to obviously tip in favor of granting the CDPs. The fourth question is the county prepared to pay just compensation for the taking of the right to build an ADU? Slides 46 through 48 show when exercising the power to deny a permit in a manner which takes or damages property for public use, the local government must pay just compensation therefore. That's the Coastal Act, Section 30010, and it's Felke versus the City of Santa Barbara, which just came out this year. In our situation, to deny the CDPs for public use of parking for coastal access, the county will be taking at least $750,000 per property of economic benefit from the appellants. The county must compensate the appellants for that taking. So what do we want? Find that the state law preempts the current LCP so that replacement parking can't be required. Then find our projects do not violate the protections of the Coastal Act by finding that our projects don't block access to the beach. If they do block access to the beach, find that the harm is outweighed by the public's need for housing and the private property rights of the appellant. Alternatively, if they do block access to the beach and you want to take all of the economic value from the right to convert the garages into ADUs, find that $750,000 per ADU is the just compensation the county will pay for the taking of each ADU to potentially decrease pressure on parking at the access points on Del Playa Drive. Another matter that I did want to address as well, which came up in their presentation, bike parking, that wasn't part of the denial. There's ample bike parking on at the houses. We're willing to provide whatever is necessary for covered bike parking. The students don't actually park their bikes in covered parking. They're usually using the racks that are there. There's 15 bike parking spaces per house. So with that, I'll answer any questions you have.
All right. Questions from the board? Supervisor Williams?
This is a question for staff. I mean,
Okay.
I have in the past, looked askance at jurisdictions using the Coastal Act to deny ADU applications. So, this is more about me hoping that we're not sliding into that. Would this application be permittable even with changes after January 1st, and the changes to the ADU law that go into effect next year?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Williams. So as was stated by Mr. Lee, the ADU regulations are in effect in the coastal zone, or those that are currently in effect with our coastal zoning ordinance. Yes, your Board of Supervisors did approve local amendments to the coastal zoning ordinance to reflect changes to the ADU regulations. Those amendments are currently pending review by the California Coastal Commission. We're in the process of working with Coastal Commission staff on those changes right now, and anticipate that sometime within approximately a year or so, certification of the local changes to our coastal zoning ordinance. In the meantime, our existing regulations are in effect. The state law specifically states that nothing in the ADU regulations at the state level supersede the Coastal Act, and in so doing, our existing coastal regulations are in full force and effect as they currently state.
But unless so can you answer the question at least within the confines as we have written the ordinance?
As you have written the ordinance, the proposed project would be consistent with the proposed regulations that you have adopted, yes.
All right, let's, I actually want to finish up with Mr. Williams and then get back to staff here with our questions. So can I ask if the board has any other questions for Mr. Williams? And then we'll get into some technical details, and then we'll let you rebut after we're done asking you questions. Supervisor Hart, do you have some questions for
Ms.
Mr.
Blauman
Williams?
had a more direct answer to Supervisor Williams' question.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, members of the board, just to clarify one thing for Supervisor Williams is we don't know what kind of modifications the Coastal Commission staff is going to request of us. And so we can't really tell until we get those whether or not this application will conform to the changes that they're seeking. We do know they're already asking questions about parking capacity in Isla Vista as part of their comments on our package.
Okay.
So we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Questions for Mr. Williams from the board? A question that I had was when you had feedback on the parking from obviously staff at some point that said that it was going to be an issue. Do you guys consider any types of alternatives in this project? I don't know if it's allowed, but I know early on in the ADU discussions there was car lifts were discussed and other ways to be able to maintain parking on certain sites while dealing with issues of ADU. Have you guys thought that through at all, or?
So, yes.
Okay.
So the first issue is, can you require it? And the answer to that question is no. But even if, how do you appease somebody who doesn't want to follow the law, but try to get what you want anyway? So yes, we did try, we asked, well, the lots are almost big enough to have the 4 spots. Mm-hmm. You can see 4 cars do fit in the driveways and they're regularly parked there, right? I think that we built the code to be able to park Ford Econoline vans as opposed to what is actually being driven in Isla Vista at this point. They're smaller cars. There are 4 cars that fit on the driveway. If you go through the slide deck, you'll see most of these houses have exactly the same, on Del Playa at least, have exactly the same makeup. Everything is driveway in front, and there's a car parked everywhere. There's usually 4 to 6 cars depending on how wide the lots are. Our lots are 25 feet wide. They fit 4 cars as a matter of fact. We were told that they wouldn't make any modifications or anything, and we were right on the law anyway, so it gets to the point where it's futile to try to argue.
Fair enough.
But would we do that? Absolutely. If you'll allow us to have, like, as the staff conceded in their agenda letter to you today, if you'll allow us to have the permits for 15 and 17 with the modification that we cement over, done. We'll go ahead and worry about 13 later.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, you will have a chance for rebuttal after public comment and additional questions from staff. So with that, do we have some further questions of staff? Mr. Williams, you can sit down and we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. So questions of staff before we go into public comment? Additional questions?
Director Plowman, did you have something? It looked like you still had something additional, or?
Mr. Chair, board members, I did just want to clarify one thing as to the appealability of this project or these projects. The ADUs, because of their location on Del Playa, they would approval, as the appellant indicated, would be appealable to the Coastal Commission. Denial would not be. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
So I just wanted to understand, you expect that it will take a year from now for the Coastal Commission to certify?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, that's quite possible, depending on how long Coastal Commission staff takes to review the work that we submitted to them, and then us to review the modifications, then for us to come back to the board to see if the board will accept those modifications, and then to get back to the, to go to the Coastal Commission, and then the board accepts, and then it's effective. So it's a long process. It's possible it'll happen more quickly than that, but we didn't want to create false expectations.
And then the parking is just creeping over a little bit into the setback. Is there any way to relax that setback requirement?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, so as was mentioned in the board letter, the current dimensions of the driveways don't fully accommodate the required parking. There is a required 5-foot setback from the right-of-way in order to comply with the parking requirements. We did some measurements. We took some measurements of the driveways. They can't accommodate without encroaching into that 5-foot setback.
I understand that, but the question is,
right.
can you relax the setback requirements themselves?
So relaxation would consist of the applicant applying for a formal modification to the parking requirements. That's a process that requires approval by the BAR as well as the zoning administrator. But that there is a process in place that they could pursue to explore that. There are findings that have to be made, but there is a process for that.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Supervisor Williams.
In a de novo hearing, the Board of Supervisors is not sovereign enough to grant a modification?
Questions?
Mr. Chair, board members, I might have counsel weigh in on that, but we don't have a modification application in, so that's not part of the project before you today.
Sure, but if we decided to do something else other than the staff recommendation, then we would have to go back for findings anyway. So I just think it's a relative question to ask if the 3rd District Supervisor and her colleagues have the power to grant a modification.
Ms. Counsel?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the usual process is that an applicant would file for a formal modification, and then the code lays out how that would work. We can look and see if there's any exceptions or options when you're on an appeal. I don't have that. I don't know that off the top of my head, so, and we're currently looking at it now, so I'll let you know if we can sort that out during this hearing.
All right, thank you. Mr. Supervisor Levinino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if these weren't ADUs and just 2 other people, they decided to have family members come and live at their house, and they also each additionally had a car, what would be we wouldn't, I'm just curious how, in the real world, that this works. You know, I understand the planning side of it and the coastal zone side of it and all those things, but if they had two family members come live with them and they both had another car, what would happen? I mean, they'd park there. We would never know the difference, right?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavanino, they'd probably park on the street, or they would tandem park, and we might not know the difference. But we also, the way the code is set up, or the state law was set up, is to not require additional parkings, because that could be a barrier to the provision of those extra housing units.
Right.
Right.
Okay, I'm struggling with the fact that it really looks to me with the naked eye that, and I understand a 5 foot, and actually I'm not really sure, what is the reasoning behind a setback of 5 feet from the driveway to the right of way?
Do you want to answer that?
Is it a safety issue or?
Civics?
Mr. Chair, board members, the 5 foot setback, I'm not sure when that was adopted. Typically, within the ordinances, there's no allowance for front parking anywhere within the front setback. There is a specific exception for that along Del Playa, in fact, within this zone, where you can park within the front setback as long as you maintain the 5 foot distance separation from right of way. I think, I perhaps could be speculating, but is in order to not interfere with pedestrian use of the right of way.
Okay.
Would be my guess as to the purpose of that provision.
And then you said you went out and measured it, so how close is it? Is it a couple inches, couple feet?
Well,
I can't read that far.
We measured on the plans. We didn't actually go out and physically measure. But it looks like, so the parcel at the bottom is almost 26 feet to that 5 foot setback. And then it ranges up to almost 30 feet to the northern parcel. If you were to extend, you'd get an extra 5 feet if you were to go all the way out to the property line. Our parking requirements, we do have dimensions. They are 16.5 feet for a standard parking space and 14.5 feet for a compact space. And usually you're allowed 30% of your spaces can be compact. When you're only dealing with 4 spaces, that would really just be one of your 4 could be compact. So that's where we came up with you would need anywhere from 31 feet with a compact space to 33 feet with 2 standard spaces to meet that those parking dimensions.
I'm sorry, so if they were all compacts, would they fit within the setback, stay out of the setback?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, each of these units is only allowed 1 compact space.
What if we waived that? I'm just trying to understand.
Then they would need 31 feet minimum.
29.
Is it 14?
It'd be 29.
Oh, no, you're right.
I couldn't do the math up here.
It would be 29 feet. If they were to all be compact, it would be 29 feet.
So one of them would work, the other 2 would not. All right, Supervisor Hart?
Was the opportunity to pursue the parking modification suggested as an option to the applicant?
Supervisor Hart, through the chair, I'd have to look back at our notes from the original review of the project. I don't recall if that option was presented. I know it was something we identified as part of this preparing for the appeal hearing today. I'm not sure if it was presented to the applicant at the beginning. I know we presented to him the code requirements, and there was no sort of willingness to pursue any other options at that point on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, it's a public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay. This is the time when we have further rebuttal. Mr. Williams? You have 5 minutes, plus you had a minute and a half from your earlier presentation, so I'll give you 6.5 minutes.
Great, thanks. So your one question was, does it comply as drafted? Yes, it does to the new ordinance. And we're not mind readers. We just complied with the state law. Again, it's pretty clear that we believe that the state law actually is what applies here, not conflicting language in a local development law, which was explicitly made null and void. One of the reasons why we think even the county believes that is that, so the argument right now that's being made is, oh, we don't have to comply with the new law because our old law is still in effect. It was not overruled. It's not affected by the new law at all. And if that was the case, you wouldn't go and amend that law because it wasn't affected. But obviously it was affected, and everybody concedes that. I believe that this board doesn't have to ask permission from its staff to make any determinations. I think you're the final arbiter of what is approvable and what is not. It's not, you've got to follow procedure, but it's well within your power to instruct your staff to perform your determinations. It doesn't go the other way around. They can't tell you what to do. Again, assuming that you're following procedure. The actual measurements, because we have been out and measured numerous times, it's 27 feet, 32 feet, and 30 feet. And the reality is, so our house has a sidewalk because when we built those houses, we were told we needed to put the sidewalk in. So we have a nice wide sidewalk that is the public right of way. Theoretically, it's a sidewalk. There are no sidewalks on either side. So people walk in the street in Isla Vista, especially on Del Playa. Is that a great experience? Well, for a kid, yeah, it is. It's awesome. You get to ride your skateboard. You get to go and you're walking in the street. People go slow because the roads are compacted. There's cars everywhere. And we're not arguing that there isn't a parking problem in Isla Vista. The only part of the parking, the only reason why parking becomes even a part of our conversation is that the actual Coastal Act, when the Coastal Commission has to apply the Coastal Act, and you as the local emissary for the Coastal Commission have to apply that as well. The Coastal Act requires public access. There's a theory that you have to be able to drive a car in order to be able to access the beach. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. There is no state law. There is nothing in the Coastal Act that says that. There is no case law that says that. The Coastal Commission would like that to be the case, and I would like that to be the case. My parents would like that to be the case. There should be dedicated parking for coastal access on Del Playa. That's the county's requirement. That's not a private property owner's requirement. So solve the problem by creating public access space. You can do it easily by asking your planning department to, instead of having the curbs red, change them to either blue so that you can have some handicap access to those parking spaces, or change them to a 2-hour or 4-hour time limit. And now you've got access solved. So with that, and then a compact car, like we said, reality is 4 cars parked there. If you go back through our slides, you'll see plenty of examples of 4 or 6 or 8 cars parked in tandem behind garages. That's how Isla Vista works. Are there any other questions for us?
I don't think so, Mr. Williams. All right, thank you. All right, staff comments.
Mr. Chair, and members of the board, we are currently also looking at the question of whether or not this modification application would need to go back and go through the process. And the code currently requires that BAR actually review and provide preliminary review and approval before being heard by the zoning administrator. So there is a step where BAR has to take action on the item before an action on the project. So I'm waiting to coordinate with council just a little bit more on the other aspects of it, but that is one component of the code. And in terms of, I think the question just really comes down to whether or not the board wants to see these units and whether or not they want to pursue a modification, or whether or not the gentleman should wait until the coastal zoning ordinance is modified. And so I think we probably need maybe a 5-minute break to determine whether or not we can bring this back to the board with an action without going through the zoning administrator or the BAR. And so that'll give you your options.
Yeah, I think that's probably important information for the final decision. So we can take a break, but let's make sure that the rest of the board has asked the questions that they need to, just in case there's something else you need to look at while you're taking a break. Supervisor Williams, and then.
Well, I just wanted to bring up one other way I've seen it done, which is at the city of Santa Barbara. I believe one project the city approved was contingent upon an ABR re-look at one element of this. So, I don't know which of those procedures is better under your, in your view, but I think that would be the kind of things that would be nice to know.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, I just, before staff goes and does the work, I just wanted to sense that, put my cards on the table. I think this is a significant project. I think we're hung up on a technicality. We need housing in Isla Vista, and it's really nice. You're lucky to have gone to school there and lived there and your sister as well. And it's got windows. So I think it's really, we want to approve this if you can find a way. I understand and I agree that legally the old law is in place until the Coastal Commission approves our modifications and we again adopt that. But can we find another path? And that's what I would like to do.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and then get back to staff. Welcome back. Staff, I believe you got an update for us?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So in our coordination with county council, I think, and the applicant, or I should say applicant, I think we've crafted a process that will work for everybody, where they will withdraw their appeal. We will work with them on transferring their coastal development permits to a new case number. They will submit for a modification. We will go to BAR, get their decisions, because there's a finding tied to that decision. And then I will waive the hearing at the ZA, and the director will make the decision on the new CDP case numbers and the modification together. And we hope that that will conclude the process and will allow them to move forward. And the applicant, I'm sure the applicant may want to speak to that, but we have confirmed that that is an acceptable process to them.
Okay. Mr. Williams, would you mind coming up and just making sure with the record that that's an acceptable process for you and your family?
As she laid it out, yes, that will be fine.
All right, and I think before we accept the, I guess, the withdrawal, I mean, will that need to be in a motion at some point?
Yeah, I'm just going to actually clarify, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, please.
So it's going to be for all three properties. This is a path for us being granted approval in compliance with the existing LCP and CZO.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Will we need a motion for withdrawal?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, since we have conducted most of the hearing, my recommendation would be to have a vote to acknowledge the applicant's or appellant's withdrawal of the appeal.
Okay, and before we do that, and I think what might also help this project is understanding the board's support, so that any potential future opposition can read the tea leaves, if you will. So I think Supervisor Hartman has already expressed that. I would echo her expression, and if any of my other colleagues want to chime in, I think this would be the time. Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I think this is a great solution. I appreciate the applicant's appellant working with our staff to come up with a process that fits with the existing local coastal plan.
All right, Supervisor Lavanino?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I also support this. I appreciate Supervisor Hartman's comments. I felt the same way. And I did want to say, it's so much better to work things out here than somewhere else. So appreciate the efforts on both sides. And staff, I appreciate the way you brought it to us as well, that we have rules and we have ordinances for a reason. And I think this followed the correct path, so thank you.
Right. Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I just think that the big picture is that while we are expecting other jurisdictions in UCSB to help address the housing crisis that's out there with units that are functional for addressing that housing crisis, we need to use every opportunity that comes to the county to be a part of that solution.
Okay, so as we move forward, I think that's important for everybody in the community and BAR to hear as you guys work that process. So let's go ahead and take a motion to withdraw. Oh, Supervisor Hartman, before we do that?
I just had one additional comment. My understanding is the parking would go into the setback. Our Public Works Department will be working in the right-of-way for sidewalks under an ATP grant. So I just want to be careful about that we don't allow encroachment on the sidewalks that would somehow upset that project.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman. Yeah, no, the goal of the modification is to allow parking within the setback, but not within the right-of-way. And I believe we already have sidewalks in this section of Del Playa.
Great, thank you. All right, so can I get a motion to accept the withdrawal?
So moved.
Second?
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Oh, sorry, no, actually, let's pull this back for a second. I messed up. We actually needed to take a motion to accept in some of the documents that came in late. So I'm going to withdraw that. I apologize, and let's go ahead and make that motion to accept some late submissions for this item.
I'll move that we accept the late submissions.
All right.
Second.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Let's go ahead and, now that we've got that in the record, let's go ahead and take that second vote on the withdrawal. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Sorry, try to get my order of operations going.
And Chair Nelson, members of the board, just to note for the record, that was one document to be entered into the record, and that was a replacement PowerPoint presentation by the applicant John Williams that was received Monday, November 1st at 9:42 a.m. Thank you.
That was when I voted on. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move right into department item number 2. I know we're getting a little late, but we're going to try to get this done before we go into closed session. Madam Clerk.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to Chapter 50 of the County Code, licensing of commercial cannabis operations.
Right. Welcome. Ms. Frappel, Ms. Heaton. Oh. All right. 1 second. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We're here before you to talk about proposed amendments to Chapter 50 of the county's ordinance related to the license of cannabis operations. I'm joined today by Brittany Heaton, our principal analyst for cannabis, as well as Lisa Plowman, our director of planning and development, as questions may arise in that area as well. To set some context for today's conversation, the amendments address, or the Chapter 50 was first put in place in May of 2018. The cannabis operators have been applying for cannabis land use permits through the planning department and business license permits since the cannabis ordinances became effective in June of 2018 for the inland area and November of 18 for the coastal area. The proposed amendments before you to the cannabis licensing speak largely to address inefficiencies or inconsistencies within the business licensing process and to further clarify the post-acreage limit process. In addition to those modifications, we will be seeking today direction from your board for future amendments related to legal nonconforming operators and potentially defining cultivation acreage for inclusion in future amendments. So this amendment set today is the 5th amendment to Chapter 50. And I think that really reflects the fact that we have a maturing industry. When we first adopted Chapter 50, we all went in without all the facts, and we knew that as the process matured, as the industry matured and began to operate within the county, that revisions would be necessary. And so we're here today in the 5th set of amendments to Chapter 50, and not likely the last. We'll talk about at the end of our presentation what we're looking at to continue to address largely, potentially based on your board's direction today, as well as the change of ownership issue. That is something that we've talked about in front of your board in the past, and we'll talk a little bit more about it today of why it's been delayed and not in this set of amendments. But anyway, with that, I'm going to turn that to Ms. Heaton, and she'll walk through the modifications.
Thank you, Mr. Frappwell. Good morning, Chair Nelson and members of the board. I'd like to walk you through generally some of the amendments that we're proposing, and then if we have questions, please, at the end, we can cover these. So we'll start with, we added a few definitions in Section 50-2. That includes defining business, financial interest, and financial interest holders. In Section 50-3, we revised the timeline to submit business license applications to change that from, we had it for within 15 days of permit approval. We revised it to 30 days, which is a more realistic timeframe for both staff and applicants, and still reduces the delays we were seeing with applicants in the past. In Section 50-5, business license exemptions, we established a sunset date for legal nonconforming operators that did not secure acreage in the eligible business license applicant list. So as you know, we have an acreage cap. The acreage cap in the inland area is committed at 1,575 acres currently. And we are proposing that there be a date for those operators that are currently growing in that legal nonconforming status to cease operations since they did not secure a place in that 1,575 acres. In section 50-6, this is just some additional clarification, reinforcing other sections and cleanup that requires that applicants have an approved land use entitlement before applying for a business license. Section 50-7, this is the section that defines our acreage caps. And this amendment establishes a wait list for applicants with an approved land use entitlement. So this is really how we're going to manage the post-cap process, by establishing this wait list for applicants to come in with an approved permit. They'll be put in line by the date of their permit approval, and that wait list will remain active for if and when acreage becomes available in the acreage cap. In sections 59 and 5011, these are sections that deal with the application review process. We will be clarifying that business license application review only occurs if there's acreage available under the acreage cap. So this means an applicant with an approved permit may apply for a business license, but the county executive office will not review that application prior to acreage being available in the cap. And that's because an applicant pays a fee, and it takes staff time and effort to review the application. And we want to ensure that there's actually acreage available before we go through that effort. And then also it adds a requirement that applicants notify the sheriff of changes to site security and employment statuses. This was implied before, but we wanted to make it explicit. This was a request from the sheriff's office because they were seeing when they went out for site visits that some changes had been implemented that they had not, were not aware of. And finally, section 50-25, this is the section that outlines business license operating requirements for active applicant holders. Two things: we codified the requirement that operators provide an API key. This is the key to the state's track and trace system that we discussed back in September when the board approved membership in the California Cannabis Authority. So this requirement to provide their API key will facilitate our membership. And we have requested keys from applicants, and we are receiving keys now, and so we're moving into that.
Ms. Heaton, there's a question from Supervisor Hartman.
Could you just explain a little more what an API key is for someone who doesn't know?
Yeah, an API key is it's an interface. So someone goes in to, when you have a protected system where you're inputting data, you can request a key, and really it's just a really long code with a string of letters and numbers that's unique to you and your information. And so they go in and say, hey, they put in their password and say, I'd like to generate this key to allow access to an outside party to my data. And so I've received a few of them. Like I said, they're just strings of numbers and letters that allow us, NCS data analytics, to access to their data. Thank you. I had to ask that same question, so. What is this key? Okay, and then finally, in section 50-25, we added a requirement for the outdoor cultivation sites to provide notice of harvest or harvest notification to properties within a 1,000-foot radius of the subject lot. This notification will include the estimated start date and length of harvest, and also the contact info for the community relations for the operations. And the operator must maintain record and provide proof upon request from the county that they did this notification, and to whom. All right. So that is generally the amendments that we're proposing. I brought up legal nonconforming operators and the sunset date. I'd like to discuss legal nonconforming in a little bit more detail. We have 3 types of legal nonconforming operators that I'm going to walk through. because we're proposing different actions for different types. So the legal, as you know, the legal nonconforming operators are those operators that claimed that they were cultivating cannabis prior to January of 2016 for medicinal purposes, and we allowed them to continue to operate under this status. And so with this particular amendment, there are a handful of legal nonconforming operators that to date, right now in October 2021, still do not have land use approval. And so over 3 years have elapsed since since we established what they needed to do, and 2 years since the deadline. And so, so the post acreage cap is committed, and we're looking at these operators and saying, okay, P&D is approved, land use permits that exhaust the county's cap in the inland, plus 65 additional acres, actually, since in the last month. And so these 6 operators that represent about 40 acres in this status do not have the approved land use entitlement. And because the acreage cap is committed, these operators are not eligible to be placed on the applicant list to be considered for a business license at this time, because they need that approved land use permit. So currently, these operators continue to operate with no fixed end date in sight. There's nothing in the ordinance that keeps them from continuing to operate. The proposed ordinance amendment sets 120 days from the adoption of this amendment for these operators to cease all cannabis cultivation activities. In contrast, last February, the ordinance amendment that we adopted established that legal nonconforming operators with an approved LUP, but no room in the cap. So these folks got an approved permit, but there's no room in the cap in that 1,575 acres for the inland area, had to stop operating essentially immediately. And so it seems that we left a gap with the legal nonconforming operators that have no approved permit. So that's what this ordinance amendment is trying to rectify. So in addition, in order to make this all sort of, let's get the word out and having a moratization period that applies to everyone, staff plans to delay enforcement for the operators with the approved land use permits outside of the cap to coincide with the same deadline as those operators with a pending land use entitlement or not yet have an approved one, so that all these legal nonconforming operators outside of the cap will terminate within the 120 days of adoption. There is just one operator right now in the position of having an approved permit outside of the cap. One legal nonconforming operator that has approved permit outside of the cap.
Okay.
Oh, Supervisor Lavigno, Ms. Heaton.
Thank you. I got a question about that. So,
Sure.
so are all 6, I mean, would you kind of label, how would you label these 6? Are they
So
resistant? Do they have difficult projects? What's the situation?
Say, that's a good question. Thank you, Supervisor Lavigno, Chair Nelson. I'd say a majority of them have had issues responding to staff requests in planning and getting things turned around. We've also had complaints about some of their operations. There's a couple that just have difficult projects, right? They started out with something, they've downsized, they've changed things to try and make it fit. But overall, these 6 operators, I mean, there's a reason that they don't have an approved permit to date, and it's.
Well, I guess, and so my question is, if they're not all the same, and I'm just, in my own mind, I knowing a couple of them that one's on one spectrum and one's on the other.
Right.
Do we have any other tools besides just saying, okay, you have 120 days and you're done? If somebody's non-responsive, doesn't P&D just have the opportunity, have the ability to just say, we're rejecting your application?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavigno, we do have the ability to say that if there's inaction for a period of 90 days, then we can close the case. And we have tried to work with the applicants to bring them along. And usually what will happen in a situation that somebody's got a challenging project or delaying for one reason or another, they'll trickle information in. Mm-hmm. And so we don't really have a clear 90 days where we don't have any activity.
Gotcha.
I think we have, I believe we closed one case that way and have made applicants aware that that process is pending for them. If they don't start submitting information, and then usually they do start to submit.
Well, so my concern is this. My concern is, and if somebody's out there that has like had no, and I think there are a couple in this bucket that really didn't have any intention of getting a land use permit, and were just milking the system and growing product and making money. And I'm not sure what the tax, if we could, I'm not sure we can even get into, who paid what taxes and those types of things. But obviously I want to see those people shut down, and I think we have to have some sort of a moratorium legally to allow them, that 120 days. But I also think there's a couple others that have very difficult projects that applied. I think they've been in our system for a couple years, actually, going back and forth and trying to get things done. And I understand that we have hit the cap, but the cap is a number that is going to move, because we're not, and I'm not saying we're going to cultivate more, but I think what we're going to find out later in this hearing is that not all 1,575 that we've approved permits for are actually going to grow cannabis. Some of these are speculative, others are going to fall out because, they just don't have the financial backing behind them. The market has changed. I think there's going to be some things. So for me, trying to get somebody that is in the process, I just have a hard time telling somebody that's in the process, that's trying to get a permit, that we're going to artificially come up with a new date, especially when we've been having meetings for 2 years and we've had changes to Chapter 50 for 2 years, and we haven't discussed this until today of, okay, legal nonconforming, you're done in 120 days. When everybody, I thought the rules we were going by was June of next year, was that if you hadn't received substantial movement towards your business license, then you would be eliminated. And so, I don't know what the rush is to get between now and June. I know we did EDRN in 120 days, but the reason why we did that in 120 days is because they were in the middle of a harvest, and we wanted to get to the end of the harvest. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think there's still a path for a couple of these, but the other thing that was troubling for me is that and this is something that I've kind of struggled with in all of our Chapter 50 amendments, is there's never a fiscal piece to this. There's never for example, when and I know we're going to talk about processing in a little bit, but when we eliminated outdoor processing, there was no fiscal impact report that said, by the way, you're going to lose 40% of your revenue if you do this. Now, we might have still all done that. That might have been the vote. But I want to be informed enough to say, okay, if I get rid of outdoor processing, I'm getting rid of 35 to 40% of my revenue. And I want to find alternatives. Now, I did finally get about an hour ago that, we're talking about a little less than $300,000 worth of revenue associated with these 6, which is not the end of the world as far as revenue goes. But I do think that that's an important piece from now on that we kind of need to include in these amendments is, this is what we're doing, this is the financial impact of it. But I do like some of the things that I see in here, but like I said, I just feel like, to me, there's a couple operators in here that are still trying to move forward and get through the process. I don't think us saying that we've met the cap means that no one else is ever going to get in. I think people are going to get in later, so I just as soon leave the door open for people to be able to get a permit that are actually trying to get a permit still.
Mr. Chair, just one clarification for Supervisor Lavagno. We're not indicating that they can't continue with their application.
They just can't grow.
They just can't grow.
I got you.
Yeah.
And that's a distinction. I get.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Hartman?
Well, I just wanted to clarify. So for a land use permit, if there's inactivity for 90 days, you can say you're done, right? So why do we have 120 days for the business license. I mean, they've had 3 years to make some movement. And so I don't know why we're giving them another 120 days, why 90 wouldn't be adequate, or why we couldn't say you're done.
Supervisor Hartman, Chair Nelson, we wanted to closely align with the way that we gave an amortization period for those the legal nonconforming operators in the existing developed rural neighborhoods, the EDRNs. We were successful in a challenge to that, and so we wanted to continue to be consistent. And also, as Supervisor Lavanino mentioned, that 120 days was established because the sheriff's experts concluded that a full cycle of cannabis cultivation takes about 120 days. I know we're not right in the middle of anything right now, but we wanted to align with the last time we did this. And 120 days is really, you're right. I mean, it is 4 months, so it's
And they get one more harvest, perhaps. I mean, they're harvesting now in my area, and so it gives them another shot. And they've certainly had a lot of shots already.
How much time do you expect for some of this cap acreage to sort out? Because I think that's also important, to the point that Supervisor Lavanino is making. There's some people that might be right there on the edge, may still get in. What do we expect as far as that's concerned? I mean, once we get these numbers sorted out, once you get some direction from us, we're going to recalculate that. That might bring a few more into the cap, is what I'm assuming. But that's going to take some time as we give you direction. Is instead of 120 days, is it maybe even a better route to come with a date? No later than this date, if you, that way there's an ability to, make it, that they're on notice that if you're not in the cap by a certain date, we'll be enforcing on you.
Thank you, Chair Nelson. I think that kind of gets into this next.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's fine. We did propose a date. This date is for the third type of legal nonconforming operator. However, it sounds like, if you wanted to apply that across the board, so we're looking for board direction to address the operators that have land use approval and acreage secured under the cap. So again, we talked about how 2 years have elapsed since the deadline to submit their land use entitlement, and many of these operators have been in the process for close to 3 years under that legal nonconforming status. So we recommend pursuing a future amendment that would establish the deadline. In our exam, we recommend June 30, 2022 to complete the business license process. This would really provide incentive for all of these operators to pursue permit issuance and come into compliance. The issuance of a land use entitlement and a business license are required for us as county staff to carry out compliance efforts. And we want to get into that realm with these operators. And we feel that 8 months' time, we should be able to address, even some of the trouble ones. And to date, this would affect approximately 30 legal nonconforming operators. I have a little disclaimer in there because the Carpinteria area the cap isn't fully reached. So there could be a couple more in Carpinteria that come into the process. And it represents about 475 acres countywide. And so this deadline could apply to all areas, meaning the inland and CARP. And there could be some exceptions for projects that are on appeal in the permitting process. So we have 8 right now that are legal nonconforming and on appeal. Or there's other situations that are kind of outside of the applicant's control. They're waiting for electrification from a utility, or they're working on a stream bed alteration agreement, or there's a lot of things at the state level and with utility coordination that really, it's outside of an operator's control. So.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, my concerns does extend to those ones who have permits but may have not grown. I do think at some level we need to differentiate between applications that could be perpetual investment applications versus actual farmers. So You know, and I know in the past in land use entitlements, you know, the threshold by which we consider due diligence, you know, sometimes is very low, like disking, you know, preparation of site. You know, that to me sounds like something very easy to game over the long run. And, you know, my sense is we should use whatever discretion we have to, you know, tell them to use it or lose it. The right to farm. And so, you know, I definitely would be looking for some path provided by staff to do that, because I know we're dealing with entitlements here. But I've seen, obviously, with housing applications that, you know, often we'll just keep on extending people for various hardships, permits by which we do have the discretion to terminate. So I guess I'm looking for us to have a high level of accountability on that, because I don't think the vision of shaking this all out into a stable sector of employment should be contingent upon the sort of whims of people's investment expectations.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, are you confident that there are sufficient staff in the CEO's office to handle this by June 30th, or should that be a consideration in our discussion today?
Thank you, Supervisor Hart, Chair Nelson, for that question. I'm happy to report that our business license specialists began work on October 18th. So I have 2 new staff. They've jumped right in. They're reviewing new licenses right now, but we're getting them integrated into the current licenses. And so we know the universe, at least in the inland area, we have 62 total, of which, you know, I think 15 of those operators have been issued licenses. So their goal for the next 8 months, should you choose to adopt this or give us direction to move forward with this date, would be to work with the team of the departments within the county and also the applicants to keep things moving and prioritize for the ones that are really close. Let's get them over the finish line, and then let's move on to the next batch. And the legal nonconforming operators also would be their own sort of prioritization in order to really ensure that they're making progress. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think we can do this. If we can't do this in 8 months, then, you know, we should probably re-examine what we're doing. So I think I feel good about this. And I feel good about the new staff that we have in place. And I appreciate, you know, the opportunity that we were able to expand the staff, because I think that's what was needed to make this happen.
Thank you. Mr. Frappel?
And Supervisor Hart, through the chair, I think, you know, part of the condition I've put on that response is that in order to issue the business license, they have to have completed the appeal process of the land use permit. So I don't think your question was specifically regarding do we have sufficient staff in the CEO's office. I think the answer is yes. The June 30 is the question only in that will the applicant be able to successfully navigate the appeal process, as well as Ms. Heaton mentioned, things that might be outside their control. So I think the answer to your question is yes. I just want to say that there are some other issues that the June 30 date may be a challenge.
Well, that's really helpful. I mean, just understanding that you believe you have the infrastructure to do it in that deadline, with the caveat that there are exigencies that we don't control, that if these things become a big problem, we can revisit the date in the future, I guess, you know, knowing that there's circumstances where beyond everybody's control. There are other state agencies involved too. We have to have collaboration with the other regulatory agencies, and sometimes that has been a challenge, I know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nelson, Supervisor Hart. I'm going to move on from the legal nonconforming discussion to our next slide. We're also asking for board direction on defining cultivation area and some acreage balancing. So there's two different issues that we want to talk about. First of all, the definition of cultivation area is inconsistent with the state. And what I mean by that is, and I think we've heard this in some of our public comment in the past, and you may have heard it, the state defines the cultivation area by the canopy only, just where plants are in the ground. They eliminate walkways in between rows, and they look at just that area of where plants are in the ground. And I think our ordinance and the way we defined cultivation area, we include the plants in the ground and anything associated with those plants, like anywhere where you might cure or dry or process, and it's a much larger area. So we didn't really consider the acreage balance between growing and then drying and processing. And this resulted in a very few existing or proposed processing facilities in the county, among other reasons, and we can get into that too. But this affects revenues since many operators are shipping product outside of the unincorporated county for processing. And that's not because we have a tax on processing, that's because of the value added when you process before you transfer, right? So since we have a gross sales tax model, when someone is taking raw product or flash freeze biomass like we talked about in the past, that's only $35 to $50 a pound that they're reporting as sales and paying taxes on, as opposed to being able to process a mature flower, which is more like $200 to $300 a pound. And these are 2021 numbers. So that's where it affects revenues. But we also want to recognize that changes in the definition for both canopy, identifying the canopy area, and also if we take processing out of that definition, could have some further implications, and we recognize that needs to be explored. So subject to your direction today, we would work with council and planning and development to determine options for addressing these issues. And when I put this slide together, I said it would likely require changes to Chapter 35 and 50, but we've since been in some conversations. I'm not sure that we'd have to open up Chapter 35, but we definitely want to coordinate with planning and development, because to date, they've really been identifying the cultivation area, and we've been using that for our eligibility list and the acres requested. And so we just want to make sure we're all on the same page and we coordinate closely. And then finally, I would recommend, or staff would recommend, initiating this work subsequent to completing the initial business license issuance. And what I mean by that is that universe that I talked about of 62 applications. We'd like some time to get through that and get people permitted and licensed, and then really take a close look at this issue.
I have a question about that.
Supervisor Levin,
I just want to get that part right. So you were talking about we would start looking at processing after June 30th? Is that what you're saying? Once you get through?
Correct.
Okay. Well, and I was super excited that you brought this part to us, because I don't think we've seen the fiscal impact of this yet, because we keep adding more operators, and they're, we see the number kind of, I think we've already seen the market hit. But this is, just like you mentioned, it's going to be a 30, 40, 50% hit on our revenue if we don't fix this problem. So for me, I can't see waiting around another 8 months to fix it. I mean, if we have to go out and find, what do I want to say, a consultant, somebody, we've got to, if we don't fix processing, the rest of our cannabis program might as well be abandoned, because I don't want the impact of growing 1,575 acres and receiving the benefit of 250 acres. You know what I'm saying? So the impact is there regardless, one way or the other, if they, where, and it's not that it's helping the grower either. The grower is having to pay, they're still paying the same amount, they're just paying it to a third party. It's either going to Salinas, Lancaster, Lake County even. And for my environmental friends as well, they're shipping, they're trucking it all over the state. So it's something has to be done, and I think it needs the faster that we address this, and I was so happy to see it in your report, and you're talking about it, which is awesome because I haven't heard too much talk about it before. But I just want to throw my 100% support behind the sooner the better, the faster we do this, because we are just losing an incredible amount of money. And I don't know what the answer is, if it's, trying to find local processing capacity somewhere, if it's streamlining indoor ag buildings on ag properties. Something has to be done. But we can't just continue this program forward with receiving pennies on the dollar. So I'm very glad to see it in the report, and I welcome some staff options to come back, but I don't know if you don't have the bandwidth to do it because we're dealing with the business license. I think we need to get on this sooner rather than later.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
Supervisor Levin, I just want to make one clarification. Growers can process today. They're allowed to process within their cultivation area. They have just chosen not to because they don't want to take up the space where they're growing cannabis.
No, I kind of disagree with that. Okay, so they're allowed to, but they would have to build a building, correct?
Correct.
Which they would have never gotten through the process because they would have not gotten into the cap number. That's why these folks that are stuck in the present position, a lot of them had buildings to process, to do outdoor processing. Then when they saw the amount of permits that were coming in, wanted to go back and get rid of their buildings. The smart ones got rid of their buildings and just grow, and they'll process somewhere else because they wanted to get under the cap. So I don't blame those people. Otherwise, they would be like these folks right now that are legal non-conforming. They're going to have to go just be out of business at this point because a couple of these wanted to process on site. So they can't do outdoor processing, correct? I think we banned outdoor processing.
Mr. Chair, I
Okay.
think, and Supervisor Levin, I believe that's correct. And we do
Yes.
have some applicants that have continued and they do have processing on site. But I agree with you. Yeah, like there are a couple that do have processing, like there are, I think, one of John DeFriel's properties has some processing on it, and there are a few others. But I understand your point.
Right. If you had existing building that you could process in, yes, you can process there. But most of these are properties that didn't have any existing processing facility. So yes, they would prefer to do it on site. And it's not that they think that they'd give up the cultivation space to put the processing in. But try to go into our building department and get done within a year and a half or 2 years. That's another 2 years of going through red tape and an LUP to get a building permit and all those types of things that need to be done. So I understand why people did it. We just have to fix it and figure out how to move forward. So,
And Mr. Chair and Supervisor Levin, with respect, I do want to say that I think they could have made it through their process, but it was the cap, right, that created that pressure.
correct.
It was the cap that created that pressure.
No,
So, yeah.
and that's a decision. I'll own that
Yeah.
as well. But we weren't going to have a program if we didn't have the cap at some point. Okay, so this is all built on 3 votes at different times, and we have to give and take here and there. So I wanted outdoor processing, it didn't happen. But now we're growing outdoors, we're shipping our product all over the state, we're not getting the revenue for it, and we have to fix that. So we have to deal with the cards that were dealt at this point, and if it means now going back to people and having them amend their projects so that they can build a building on their ag property with an ag building so they can do ag work, that's what we need to do, and we got to figure out how to streamline that because it's not affecting them. It's affecting their business partner, which is us, and we're the ones losing out on the revenue side.
Thank you, Supervisor Levin. Supervisor Williams, Hartman, then I have a couple comments.
Yeah, I just want to speak in agreement about this issue of processing. I've said to applicants many times that we actually, I think briefly we wondered if it might improve odor issues to not have processing on site. I think that is not proven to be correct. In fact, it might exacerbate it by all the moving of stuff around. So I've said to applicants, yes, we want you to process on site, but you couldn't tell by our process and our rules. So I really think that we need to add some urgency to that. It's just dysfunctional to be sending this around to Kingdom Come when half the times it's going to come back. And we're going to be, dealing with various trucking issues soon. It just seems kind of hypocritical for us to add traffic trips on the road for no discernible reason. And so I hope we would, and not to mention missing out on $300,000 worth of revenue. So, I think, or more. So I think that for all those reasons, we should make this change with alacrity.
Supervisor Levine, go
I just
ahead.
wanted to answer that. It's
Yeah.
not 300,000. It's probably $7 million. So one grower, one particular grower, his tax bill that was $3 million last year is going to be $1 million this year, just because they can't process on site. So,
Right. Thank you. Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, I have basically comments in two categories. And the first has to do with how we calculate the cultivation area. And I remember very, very clearly Dennis Bozanich sitting there and telling us why we had to have this calculation, because that was consistent with state law, and we wanted to make that consistent. So I gather state law has changed, but now that we are we're considering changing our definition, that gets to the permits we've issued as well as to our cap. So I think there are ramifications to this that I want to fully understand. And I'm wondering, and this gets to my second issue, if there's any way to decouple the processing from cultivation area. I'm very empathetic with the idea that we want to collect revenues here if we're experiencing the good and the bad that comes with cannabis cultivation. We certainly want to reap as many benefits as we can, but I want to fully understand what kind of processing facilities and what that means for odor, because the reason we did this, again, was the assumption that it's when you have the flowers and you have a lot of activity. So maybe it has to be carbon filtration indoors. We have to have really specific. But the underlying question, can we decouple processing in some way from the cap? Or do we have to redefine and then go through everything? And it raises a lot. It's kind of a building block of our entire system that we're now pulling out.
So, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, I think when, I wasn't here for the very beginning of the cannabis ordinance amendment, but I think of the three of us, I have the longest experience. And there was a conscious decision by the county to include processing in the definition of cultivation. And the state does define things differently than we do. They base it on canopy of plant. And there was an option there, and the board moved to make a decision to include processing. If you want to extract processing from that and take that out of your definition of cultivation, you're right in that it will impact current projects that actually have a cultivation, or I'm sorry, a processing aspect in their application. So that would mean they could revise their applications and they would have, either they could have more cannabis that they would grow, or they would shrink their grow area and then there would be more space in the cap. Hopefully I explained that correctly. Like, let's just say there's a 40-acre parcel, and for simplification, 5 acres are assigned to processing. They would be asking today for 40 acres under the cap. If we changed our definition and said processing is excluded from that, then they're only asking for 35 acres under the cap. And they may decide, well, I'm going to change my application and say, now I want to grow full 40 acres and this 5 acre of processing will be over here. So it will have a cascading impact on applications. Some may decide they want to do processing and add that aspect to their project, and some may decide not to. But I agree that we would need to address the odor issues, which we did attempt to do, because I believe, I'd have to go back and look at the code. I don't have this memorized, but we do require some aspect of that currently, and that's the process that we went with John DeFriel, where he did have to do some odor abatement for the processing on site.
So, are there other reasons why it's desirable for our definition of cultivation acreage to be in sync with the state's change definition?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. I think really just on a really like basic level, it's nice to be consistent with the state because
We tried.
we
And-
tried.
And then they
and
pulled the
keep
rug
changing
out,
things,
and that
yeah.
makes me so angry.
For everyone, for us and for the applicants, right? I mean, I'm sure you've heard from some of these operators and applicants, the level of frustration around, having to figure out what the state does and what they're, and really, it really hurts the smaller farmers and the small operations that are trying to do this on their own, and they don't have big bucks, and they don't have all the capital behind them. They're asking me, they call me and ask me like, well, now the state defines this differently, and can you help me? And, it's complicated. And so we'd really like to provide some of that, just, consistency for everyone. I mean, that's the real benefit at the end of the day. And then of course it would potentially, it could change for the caps purposes, the amount of,
Yeah.
of cannabis.
Permit
that's
and-
actually- Yeah. Thank you.
All right, I got a question, and then I'll go to you, Supervisor Lavanino. So do we have any idea of the 1575 that's out there right now, how many acres of processing we have?
Thank you, Chair Nelson. That's a good question. We started to look into this. It's a really small amount.
Negligible
it's
amount,
probably
right?
5 acres,
Right.
from what I can tell. Because we just have a handful of operators that have some processing on site in there that's included in their project description. And even in the project description, it'll say processing and nursery, and it'll group them. And so it was hard for me to tell, but it's probably 5, like I said, 5 acres.
And so, again, a negligible amount. And we did this cap, and then we have these unintended consequences where exactly what Supervisor Lavanino expressed happened. I don't think that was necessarily what the plan was, but that's definitely the consequences, because I think a lot of people were concerned about not only just, issues with getting through planning, but environmental health, and all of a sudden you have these buildings on ag zone property, there's issues. And so, it seems like, to me, the quick and easy movement forward is just to pull that out and just say that's not part of the cap. All you do is you open up 5 more acres of potential cultivation to slip in. I know that, some people might want to die on that hill. It's not one not one I want to die on. But that then signals to the industry, okay, if you want to do processing, go ahead and get your application in. There's going to be a pathway for you. Because I think a lot of people are going to avoid their investment in going down a process to get processing, because they're not sure how this is all going to shake out here. And so I think if we can give clear direction that we don't consider that a part of the cap, I think that can signal to the industry that they can go ahead and proceed with applications, and they don't have to mess with potentially their current entitlement. That said, I don't want to see a ton of processing all throughout our county either. And so I think, we've been, I think we need to probably be thoughtful on that and maybe find ways to, like, as Steve had said, to streamline the process for some on the right zoning, So I think that's something we can look at. I think we do have still some zoning that might fit in our county. So that would be kind of my direction, is let's just pull it out now so that we can move forward and then find ways to make it easier in the future in our land use code to get people through that process. Supervisor Lavanino and then Supervisor Hartman.
I like that idea. And I think when you start talking there at the end, it reminded me of something Commissioner Park had said about, if you find places that something works, we should streamline it and make it work faster there. And other places where it doesn't work as well, make it harder to do it there. So, I don't know how that would work, but I do think we need to take, if it adds 5 extra acres to the cap, I'm not even sure, anybody's going to be opposed to that at 1575 to 1580. But I think we do need to send that message that you can do that. But like you said, the problem is a lot of people just went through a 2-year system to get their land use permit for cannabis. They're going through the business license. And now we have to figure out a way, we have to get very clear about how you go about building that building on ag land and what is going to be required so that we don't have to relearn this entire thing and we can just figure out how to do it and move forward. One other thing I wanted to ask you about, and by the way, I didn't know, you're at the end, correct?
No.
No.
Oh, all right. Okay, then my other question is off of processing, but I'll wait till the end of your presentation.
Let's
I'm
go to
sorry.
Supervisor Hartman. Did you still have a question, Supervisor Hartman? And then Supervisor Hart?
I had an observation. So if we pulled out, decoupled processing from the rest of the acreage, then our definition of cultivation would still be inconsistent with the state. And I guess that's the question. I'm not for, I mean, I'd like, before I make a decision, I want to know how many acres that would affect, especially in different areas of the county. The other thing about processing is we may not want processing on every single parcel. So can you allow consolidation? Can you process on one site some, material or product from elsewhere? How do we make it as sufficient as we can?
Ditto. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think this is a lot more complex than just some of my colleagues have expressed. If there's only 5 acres in processing now, and we're recognizing that very few people took advantage of putting processing facilities in place, that's a really bad metric to use to imagine how many potential processing facilities we would have in the future and what that would mean in terms of raising the cap. So I think we need to look at all these things, and it is important, and there is an urgency because I think we are losing revenue, but it needs to be done thoughtfully, and we can't just do this on the fly like this. We need data, we need information, we need to outreach to the operators to understand, the economics of this. Would you really do this? Or is there a reason why they didn't do it separate from, or in addition to the reason that we think they didn't do it, which makes sense, but there could be many, many factors here. And I just think we need to measure once, measure twice,
Cut
and
once.
cut once, and not just do this.
Yeah,
here.
and I'm not trying to do any direction from up here. I think that's absolutely right, that I just want to, and I think you're taken away from this. This is very important to this board, and we want to do it right, but I'm not sure waiting 8 months is the best way to do it. I'm just asking, if you can't get it done, that we go to somebody else outside that might be able to help us get some options, because I think what we're looking for is some options to come back to us and say, yes, we want to do X, Y, and Z, so.
Mr. Frapple.
Thank you, Supervisor Laverne, the chair. I think what we'd ask from you, of your board today, is there are a couple issues, and as Supervisor Hartman mentioned, there are 2 issues, right? There's that conversation of should we measure acreage similar to the state? Should we have alignment with the state? That's kind of a question. And there's the question of how do we deal with the processing, et cetera. And we're happy to work on both. We're happy to work on one. We're happy to take your direction. But I think I would appreciate today clarity on your direction on that. Is your board interested in aligning definition of cultivation to the state? That's kind of a question. And then I think we're hearing very clearly direction that your board is interested for us to address the processing element, potentially taking that out of the definition of the cultivation area. So that would be helpful today.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Laverne.
Well, yeah, I'd like to see us align with the state as long as the state stays where it is right now. Who knows? But yeah, in its proper definition today.
Yeah. Supervisor Hartman.
For me, it would be really important to understand the consequences. What does that mean?
And then my last piece on it is, I think we have a great model in the veg industry and the berry industry on having coolers. That we don't have coolers all over the Santa Maria Valley. We have them in strategic locations. Multiple farmers use them. I think that's what we want to, or at least that's what I want to see, is something along those lines, so that we're not, driving down the 246 and all you see is a building every other parcel. I think that's what we want to avoid. And so getting us to that route, I think, might be something that I like to see, and I see some head nods there too. So, all right, I think we have one more slide. Let's get that slide in, and then we can
Great,
hopefully
thank you so much, Chair
work through the
Nelson.
rest of it.
I just want to point out that I think, yeah, you all have reiterated bullet number 5, which is it could have further implications that need to be explored. And so that's what that's what we would definitely be looking to do. Okay, so the final slide before we get into the recommendations is around future amendments. And so Mr. Frappwell mentioned at the beginning of our presentation that one of the issues that we had hoped to address today was changes in ownership and cultivation business license transferability. Again, this consistency with the state applies. It's really desirable, but the state doesn't have an acreage cap, and that's a critical component of what we're working with in our county. The state is in transition, as you know. 3 departments that were working in cannabis consolidated into one on July 1st. And at that time, they came out with some new regulations, and those regulations were published on September 27th. So as we were working to be consistent with the state for this amendment, things kind of flipped over on us and changed. And so we ended up pulling that item out. But we also realized we'd like to really sit down and work with the industry and council to develop an amendment for your consideration that gets to what is it that we think we can allow, what's allowable for us, what do we feel comfortable with, and what is it that the industry needs to be able to do to thrive. Because we've heard that they do need to be able to have some transferability and changes in ownership, but what's the threshold for that? And so I've already set up some listening sessions with the North County Farmers Guild, and I'm reaching out to the carp growers so that we can talk about this specific issue. So we will come back with this. Another revision could include requirements and timelines for effectuating the business license acreage, and I think Supervisor Williams talked about this a little bit, this idea that there's acreage being held that's not being cultivated, and what are we going to allow, how much time, can people phase projects, what does that look like, does that come up on renewal, those kinds of issues. So these are the future amendments that I wanted to just bring to your attention, and we're prepared to come back with these issues, and then it sounds like we have some others from today. So with that, I would just like to go over the recommended actions. This slide was revised this morning. The board letter of recommendations are correct. The slide that you originally received was incorrect. So we are just want to draw your attention to the new attachment B in the memo dated November 1st. That was properly redlined, so the strike-throughs and underlines are all correct. So we'd like you to consider today the introduction, first reading of this ordinance, and then read the title and waive further reading the ordinance, and set a hearing on the administrative agenda for next week, November 9th, to consider the second reading, and then the CEQA determination would be at that time. That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Quick question from Supervisor Hartman. Then we have public comment also that I didn't get to.
Yes, so part of your proposed changes have to do with noticing, and I'm eager to vote on adopting the ordinance, but I can't support the noticing that's proposed, and this is why. The odors from cannabis when they're flowering during harvest go way beyond 1,000 feet. And on the 246, for example, residents in the city of Buellton, or even residents like I am, can smell it. And so we would very much like an opportunity where it's publicly posted so that we have an idea when it'll be over. Right now, it's usually October's harvest. We're into November, but we're still smelling it. So, gee, could I go and figure out when is this going to stop? So one idea, and this has been used in other regulatory agencies, is to have the growers have a responsibility to bring forward, to either give to staff, or it could work like a community calendar where they are responsible for putting in the days of the harvest, so that anybody who has an interest could check. because the impacts go far beyond 1,000 feet. It's not like you're building a barn. So I would ask for that, for figuring out some other method that's publicly available for everyone who's interested to check that out.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Well, that's interesting. Because I think that the way that, we're just talking about doing normal noticing is not going to work. I mean, the reason why you notice is because you want someone to know that there's something going on. And I think if you live in the San Ynez Valley, or you live around a cannabis concentrated area, it's going to be really hard for people to go, here's the individual, well, if you looked at individual site A, okay, that guy's going right now. Does it really help you to be noticed that he's harvesting when the guy next to him is going to be harvesting 4 days later or 3 days later? I'm trying to figure out what the public benefit is.
When will it be over?
Right. Okay. So you are in a cannabis area. Here's the harvesting season. It's from, and I don't know what it is, September to the end of October or whatever it is. I mean, going through each company and having them notice all these things. I don't know. It seems. I understand you forcing somebody to go through the exercise, but I'm trying to figure out what the public benefit is.
Yeah, they have a 3-week permit, a 3-week harvest period, and that is a requirement of their permit. So one thing is how do we ensure that that's enforced? But again, there's a lot of wineries, there's a lot of events. People want to know when to schedule where you're not going to have this nuisance. I would like to know when's it over? And it differs by season, you can't really say, but generally, it's within a period, probably a 4 or 5 week period. And I think it's of value.
So let's go ahead and go to public comment. I think we'll kind of continue that debate after public comment. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have 11 requests to speak on this item.
Okay, so we have 11 speakers. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment. And we're getting close, or we're beyond the lunch hour. So I'm just going to ask the we got you. You're good. So I'm going to ask you to be concise with your comments. You've heard from the board. You see where we're going. So again, speak to the issues that we're discussing here today are on the agenda, and we'll get through these quickly and hopefully fully deliberate. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the first speaker?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Kenneth Corden, to be followed by Lil Clary on Zoom. Kenneth?
Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, apology for the earlier interruption. I forgot my Robert Rules of Order. I did get the memo on that. It's really refreshing to see such a lively and engaged discussion. Just quickly, my background, I've been a real estate developer and general contractor for 2 decades. Part of that, I served 13 years as a sheriff deputy for a special enforcement detail, the latter part of which I was a training officer. So I bring to the cannabis space a very unique combination of law enforcement as well as development. To that end, the individuals I represent, who are part of the famous 6 now, have retained me to do both the construction and the completeness of obtaining the license. So I feel for them, because a 120-day notice for what they've been through the past 2 years, that says you're out of business, would be just a stunning reversal of events, most especially since the spirit of the law is what I'm concerned about from former law enforcement. We give someone who is legal non-conforming the opportunity to become compliant, and then we say, oh no, you know what, too bad. That really gives a negative taste to the industry, and I think actually feeds the black market more. But more importantly, I think in the case of these individuals, whatever the revenue numbers are, it's still money. They're growing, they're paying taxes. So it may be as much as a 6-figure number for the next year that's being contributed towards the budget, which I think is very important because it contributes to social issues and causes that we need to pay for, such as the library. homelessness. There's places where this money can be apportioned, which is important. So I want to thank you for listening to my point of view from the trenches, which is specifically from the last time, since when they retained me, the last letter they received on May 19th of this year, I actually obtained on Friday the state board, the water board's approval. That's a momentous achievement to obtain an approval at that level. And I do know from having built numerous facilities, whether it be cultivation, propane manufacturing, I've built them all. The average time for most of these projects is 3 years in many municipalities. I remember going through a final inspection where they said, wow, you got this done in 3 years. Congratulations. So I think that, as well said by our representative, excuse me, Board of Supervisor from the 5th District, moving, doing the Charlie Brown thing and moving the ball at the last second, where Lucy moves the football, that's just not a good thing. So my suggestion is, if the individuals have, in the case of the individuals I represent, have completed the submission of the initial business license, and they have been actively spending a lot of money to pursue the completion of this process, then perhaps the sundown is when the actual 1575 acreage cap are business licenses issued, rather than a list it's a waiting list. So I would encourage that. And it's very refreshing to listen to the debate here. The processing solution and all that. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Corbin.
thank you for listening.
All right, thank you.
We will now go to Zoom for Lil Clary to be followed by Nancy Emerson. Lil?
Thank you. I've just unmuted and I'd like confirmation that you can actually hear me.
We can. Please proceed.
I have unmuted at this end, and I would appreciate it if someone would give me confirmation that you can hear my statement.
Ms. Clary, we can hear
Okay,
you.
I saw 2 thumbs up. Thank you very much. All righty. Bill Clary, Tepiscate Canyon, you've seen me here before. I'm quoting today from the board letter, which states that staff received feedback from the cannabis stakeholder community, including residents, department staff, and business license applicants, as these amendments were prepared. I'd like to know how that input was solicited and what residents were involved in this process. Members of the Tepiscate Canyon Crisis Committee, and in particular our chief spokesperson, Renee O'Neill, have been in constant attendance at meetings of both this board and the Planning Commission since winter 2016. I'm pretty sure you're sick and tired of seeing and hearing from us. So I'm quite surprised to discover that no residents of Tepiscate, and as far as I can determine, no residents of the Sabata Canyon EDRN were asked for input. Certainly, we've both had the greatest number of legal non-conforming cannabis grows to deal with, continuing to this day, and both regions have witnessed raves of illegal grows. To quote Waylon Jennings in the song Lukenbach, Texas, I don't need my name in the marquee lights, but I do find it confounding that the so-called stakeholding community didn't include input from folk who have expressed their concerns over and over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a
Supervisor Levin,
question on that? Thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Clary. And I did not know that, are some of the legal non-conforming in EDRNs? The other 6?
The Supervisor Levin, the EDRN properties, or the EDRN operators are all
Right.
done.
Okay.
I think Ms. Clary was saying adjacent to the buffer for
Okay,
EDRN.
so I thought what she was saying was a majority of those were in Tepiscate and Sabata Canyon. I thought we had eliminated all of those.
There are still some operators in Tepiscate.
And under what, and under what?
They're outside of the EDRN.
Okay, but they're outside of the EDRN.
And they're legal
Okay.
non-conforming.
And they're legal, got you. Okay, thank you very
Two.
much.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and move on with public comment.
We will now go to Nancy Emerson to be followed by David Clary. Nancy?
Thank you. I'm going to speak to the issue of the notification requirement for harvest. We note that you are proposing this requirement prior to harvest. However, the solution is more complicated for growers than necessary and leaves most of the public uninformed about upcoming harvests. These harvests may present odor problems for the general public, not just nearby properties. You already have a very accessible county cannabis information website. Rather than requiring the outdoor cultivation sites to notify individual landowners, we recommend that the growers simply notify you, which will you then post this information on the website and publicize the fact that it's available. I wonder if it would be helpful also to the grower, the county staff, and the residents if the grower gave notice to the county when the harvest was completed. This is a grower and resident friendly solution. It's accessible to all residents so they can prepare for possible cannabis odor. If they do experience odor problems, this information can help them pinpoint sources and report problems to code enforcement. I just want to say that this year, for the first time, we have had people in Solvang smelling cannabis that's being harvested west of Buellton. That's way, way more than 1,000 feet. And I only expect it to become more and more a problem farther from Buellton, which already suffers significantly from odor. We do know that Mr. DeFree's operation has been relatively odor-free this year as a result of the things he has done. And residents have been really appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson.
We will now go to David Clary to be followed by Kavanaugh Bagby.
Mr. Clary, when you're ready, unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
We can, David. Please proceed.
Okay, good. Thank you. The counties failed to follow procedural due process by providing so little time between the publication of the wording of the amendments, only 3 days, and the hearing. This is a disgraceful procedural defect, not a minor issue. In the development of these amendments, the office of the CEO has had absolutely minimal contact with the large cohort of county citizens who are directly affected by cannabis cultivation in their neighborhoods. This is in part structural, as the business license ordinances provide for minimal input by the general public. It is exacerbated by the lack of effort on the part of the CEO's office to counter this problem. The Medicinal and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act codified and expanded Proposition 64, which legalized recreational marijuana in the state. It took effect on June 6, 2017. It sets forth the definition of canopy used by the state. Subsequently, the Board of Supervisors engaged in an extensive public debate over which measure should be used by the county. The county must have been aware of the state measure at the time, but chose to use a simpler, more reliable measure: total acreage for cultivation and related activities. It is a difficult issue supported by a lot of cannabis cultivators and others who wish to expand related activities to propose an unnecessary change in the way the cap is calculated. The Coalition for Responsible Cannabis comments that this would have the effect of expanding the cap by 10 to 20%. This should not be allowed to stand. After hearing Supervisor Lamanito's comments about the tax issue, I think some way to deal with the increased processing in the county should be dealt with. But the cap is should be really carefully considered before any kind of change is made in that. Acreage is used now as the simplest way to establish cultivation limits and the easiest to police. If it is changed to canopy, how would this change be put into effect? It would be all but impossible for the county to remeasure every cultivation site already in the current cap. Would the county then have to rely on declarations from eligible cannabis cultivators and those seeking LUPs and CUPs? We saw how the self-declaration of legal non-conforming status invited fraudulent claims. It is likely to be a nightmare. Also, it would allow for the expansion of related activities that would have a substantial impact on the surrounding areas, which must be considered. And I admit, you got to look at the tax issue. Cultivation under a claim of legal non-conforming status is a never-ending problem. It is an invitation for cultivation of cannabis for the black market. No track and trace and no effective business taxes being paid to the state or to the county, and no supervision. I see no reason that after years of profiting from this ghost-like unaccountable status,
Thank you,
that
Mr.
any
Carter.
of them should be given any more than 30 days from the effective date of the amendment to cease all operations. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
We will now go to Kayvon Bagby to be followed by Lindsay Coakley.
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson, honorable members of the board. Thank you for your time on this topic today. I think a lot of good work has been, presented by staff. I think a few topics that need, some direction here are really relating to, both the applicants in this pre-existing, situation, as well as the applicants who've applied for and gotten approved permits for land use, but are unable to continue to process these land use permits through business licensing. Currently, there's 250 acres that have actually received a business license out of the 1575. And, I would agree with the gentleman who spoke before, and in that these licenses are really obtained and issued once the business license itself has been issued. And I think that would give the opportunity to, people with these legal non-conforming issues, the opportunity to try and bring it home, while, the people that have, kind of speculated and may not be bringing their projects forward because of other reasons like lack of financing, are kind of letting this acreage get absorbed and not really moving the needle for more production and more farming in the county. On the other topic with regards to processing, I think it's really important to get this brought back into Santa Barbara County. I know that millions of dollars are being spent by operators to bring it outside of the county, and the county's losing millions of dollars in tax revenue at the same time. So it's really a lose-lose for everybody on that. I think that if there was a way to amend an LUP to add processing, I think that could be a fast way to hopefully bring more processing into Santa Barbara. The challenge I know that with that is most LUPs have been appealed, and from what I understand from staff, anyone who's been appealed is unable to amend. So I think if there was maybe some direction from the board on that could be another great point of progress. But thank you all for your time today, and look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Thank you, Kayvon.
We will now go to Lindsay Coakley to be followed by Benjamin Condren. My apologies. It appears Lindsay, oh, nope, she's rejoined. Hold on just a moment. And Lindsay to be followed by Benjamin Condren. Lindsay, please proceed.
Hi all, I just want to confirm that you can hear my audio.
We can hear you. A little low there. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll get a little bit closer.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Coakley. I am the Director of Compliance for Central Coast Agriculture. I am speaking with you here today to discuss the proposed amendments to the Chapter 50 ordinance. A couple of items that I wanted to bring up was we had a project that was just outside the city of Bealton that was subject to a conditional use permit and had an odor abatement plan. When that project was being reviewed by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, similar language to the harvest noticing in writing was proposed and rejected by both the Planning Commission and the board. I want to bring this up because I think it's very important to distinguish the difference between a conditional use permit holder and a land use permit holder within the County of Santa Barbara that's growing outdoors. Having this harvest notice imposed on all operations within the county is not fair to outdoor growers, as it doesn't apply to those in greenhouses. And it also doesn't enforce what the PEIR studied as far as odor impacts within the county. I bring this up because one of our operations is subject to a land use permit and is nowhere near the city of Buellton. Having this harvest notice on our conditional use permit has been a substantial impact to our project and how we staff and the amount of money that we put into our odor abatement plan. Having things like this added to our project at this stage is extremely cumbersome. I would ask that you remove this harvest noticing from the ordinance amendment because it's really important that we distinguish the difference between a land use permit holder and a conditional use permit holder. I want to also add the aspect of a change to the definition of cultivation. I think it's important that the county align with the state requirements, as it is much easier as an operator to have consistent requirements across the board. So we do support the changing of the ordinance to define outdoor cultivation separate from processing. I also want to add that an operator should be able to remove or change their ownership, very similarly to how the state requirement allows you to do that after they've gone through the vetting process. I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Benjamin Condren to be followed by Teddy Kabugos.
Hello, my name is Ben Condren. I'm a cannabis business licensing and compliance consultant, and I'm also a stakeholder in the Santa Barbara County cannabis industry. I greatly appreciate the conversation that was had today among the Board of Supervisors regarding the inconsistency in terms of processing as it is included in the cap, as it is defined by county code versus state regulations. I'm very pleased to hear that conversation. I'm glad that it is something that has been at the forefront of everyone's mind. It is a more significant issue than some may realize, both for operational efficiency of the local industry, but as also was discussed, the tax implications, particularly as it pertains to state taxes. And I just wanted to dive into that a little bit here. The inconsistency between local and state licensing has important implications for the county. Most importantly, it limits options for cannabis businesses in the county and prompts local cultivators to have less efficient operations. This is because fresh cannabis and dried cannabis are taxed at different rates. The CDTFA, the Department of Tax and Fee Administration, has established cannabis cultivation tax rates for 2020 through 2021 as follows. Flower per dry weight ounce is $9.65. Leaves per dry weight ounce is $2.87. And then fresh cannabis plant per ounce is $1.35. So local cultivators who are lacking drying and processing facilities are forced to transport cannabis out of county for processing or to implement a fresh frozen business model. By choosing the fresh frozen model, where plants are frozen within 2 hours of harvest, cultivators are then paying the minimum state tax cultivation rate for a fresh cannabis plant, which again is at $1.35 per ounce. So this results in significantly less cultivation tax revenue than is generated by cannabis flower production. That being said, you all addressed many points that, again, I was greatly appreciated hearing today. I certainly support the exploration of removing processing from the cap and perhaps including processing into other areas in the county, perhaps industrial use zones, so that there's not an influx of these industrial buildings in ag lands. So yeah, thank you again. Really appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Condren.
We will now go to Teddy Kabugos to be followed by Joe Armendariz.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I also wanted to comment on the problem as it relates to cannabis processing and drying activities being included in the outdoor cannabis cultivation acreage cap. Cannabis flower, as you know, must have a proper facility to be dried, cured, and processed prior to distribution and retail sale. The ordinance cap has created a logistical nightmare where drying and processing facilities are not within close proximity to numerous cannabis cultivations within the county. As a result, local cultivators are faced with difficult business decisions and left with very few options. One option is to transport harvested cannabis out of the county for drying and processing, leading to various problems that could arise during transit, including serious risks of losing or damaging crops. However, the fiscal impact of this option on Santa Barbara County is the bigger problem. As local cultivators transport their raw cannabis product out of county, Santa Barbara County will lose the opportunity to generate a substantial amount of tax revenue and jobs from the drying and processed cannabis business segments. This will also dramatically increase the likelihood that manufacturing, distribution, packaging, extraction will all occur out of the county as well. This will cause Santa Barbara County to lose even more opportunities to create jobs and generate tax revenues from the various segments of the local cannabis industry. For this option, local cultivators are beholden to the out-of-county distributors, processors, and manufacturers, and whether or not cultivators will even be able to navigate these logistical issues remains to be seen. The other option is to change their business model completely to a fresh frozen model. And as Supervisor Lavanino stated, brings in much less tax revenues and all the different issues with that as well, really limiting cultivators' business models. Due to the ideal climate of Santa Barbara County for outdoor cannabis cultivation, we will be known for producing some of the best outdoor cannabis in the world. For that reason, and combined with allotted 1,575 acres of cannabis that will eventually be cultivated, there is no other county in the state of California that requires drying and processing facilities of this magnitude. Not having a proper place to dry or process this outdoor cannabis will significantly impact the local cannabis industry. There are zones within the county where drying and processing facilities fit perfectly. And by taking a proactive approach to this issue, I think the county can provide a solution that will set up the cannabis industry for success for many years to come. Thank you very much, all of you, for your time, and have a great week.
Thank you, Mr. Kabugos.
We will now go to Joe Armendariz to be followed by Capuno Curry. My apologies, it appears Joe Armendariz has left the meeting, so we will now go to Capuno Curry to be followed by Mark Shintillo.
Hello, this is Capono. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I see a bunch of nods and thumbs. Let's make this quick. Okay. Thank you all very much, Chair and Supervisors, for coming in and dealing with the latest episode of Unintended Consequences. The cap came from a good place. You wanted to make sure that you had some sort of control over how much odor was coming in, and you also wanted to see how this was going to play out and get some empirical data. The unintended consequence is that there's some small operators on various ends of the spectrum of good and bad children who got locked out. I'm not here to say that you should expand the cap. Data available from the state and the county executive office as of October 20th shows that only about 16.2% has been issued a business license. So there's still some work to get through processing all of that. I would support streamlining the process and making it easier for staff by getting your vocabulary in line with the state. This is also going to make it easier for enforcement. Publicly available data will tell you exactly how much canopy, the odor generating part of the project, exists. This is all publicly available data that, you know, analysts in my firm are able to pull and send out and make decisions from it. In regards to processing, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's probably not going to be a silver bullet for that. There's a very high hurdle in order to get processing in place as a result of various factions in the county. You do have to get some odor mitigation in there. There is going to be some construction involved, and it's not going to be something you're going to solve with a zoning clearance. But you probably want to streamline or figure out a pathway for existing ag structures to be converted over to cannabis use for drying. Everybody's banging on the tax implications and the jobs, yada, yada, yada. That's great. I want to point out that you're going to have a 5 to 10x reduction in trip generation by getting some processing in sight. I think we can all agree that we want less trucks on the road, less traffic. And if we can look at operational data, which shows that you're getting an 80% reduction in mass going from wet plant to dried trimmed plant. Now, there is some work to make sure that odor doesn't impact the neighbors. And that's going to be a quick segue into the last piece regarding notifications. I think that notifications is again coming from a good place. You want to make sure people are aware what's going on in their neighborhood, but I think there's a lot of unintended consequences that are going to come from that. There's a lot of opportunity for abuse. The sheriff's department may not be cool with having it public record when everybody's harvesting. And the last piece I want to go in on is the changes in ownership that the CEO's office. I think that the same way that we allow other things that have a high impact in the community, such as bars, restaurants, different types of business establishments.
Thank you, Mr. Curry.
Yeah.
That is your time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw 14 seconds on the thing. Oh, I'm over 14. Sorry. Thank you. Good day.
And we will now go to Mark Shatillo to be followed by Anna Carrillo.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Mark Shatillo, speaking on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. We saw in the staff report the reference to stakeholders. However, as Ms. Clary indicated, none in the community have really been contacted or brought into this conversation. And so we'd ask that the board direct staff to ensure that there's community involvement within that stakeholder community and process. Second issue concerns processing. And I think it would be helpful to have a demonstration of those barriers, and we would support the board's direction for a careful analysis of how to address this issue. This is in part a product of gamesmanship from those growers that chose to exclude this part of their project in order to expedite their processing. And now those chickens are coming home to roost. Certainly, this is an important issue that needs to be addressed, and there needs to be empirical evidence out there to ensure that the problem is there and that the solution is the correct one for both the regulated community, the county, and the residential and other community that are impacted. Next issue is the harvest notification. Odor is endemic around these outdoor grows. The distinction between these and indoor grows is significant. There's no disfavor. It is important. The benefit for the community is to be able to plan around harvest periods. I think as we've experienced throughout the Buellton area, the odors were extremely high during the spring harvest period, and again are very significant this fall as well. So that gives people the opportunity to plan and to avoid those impacts. And further, it assists in understanding what grows are responsible for what odors. The whack-a-mole issue is not resolved, and having that information, the notification, will provide one more data point to assist in trying to identify whether certain grows are responsible for a disproportionate amount of the odors. Third issue, the sunset date. We would encourage that be March 1st rather than June 30th for the legal non-conforming uses. Having it in June allows an autoflower crop to be planted in early 2022 and just exacerbate the problems of accomplishing the shutdown of those facilities. Fifth issue is the transfer of business licenses. We object because it undermines the veracity of the county program and clouds the transparency when shell corporations are trading licenses back and forth. It's more whack-a-mole, and what the community and the county really needs is transparency in this process. And finally, on the issue of state harmonization of definitions, that will affect every individual permit that's been issued, which identifies an acreage amount. So understand that that
Thank you, Mr.
revision
Sotelo.
is going to be significant. Thank you, Mr.
That's
Chair.
your time.
We will now go to Anna Carrillo, who is our final speaker. Anna?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. My name is Anna Carrillo, and I live in the Carpinteria Valley. I would like to see the sunset date for legal non-conforming operators who haven't received their land use permit nor are on the business license applicant list. On slide 7, I don't know if the 30 operators mentioned include Carpinteria, but in Carpinteria, there are still 13 sites growing with non-conforming status that have not received their CDPs yet. I have no knowledge about their progress in obtaining their CDP. Regardless of whether the operator has received their land use permit, they must be part of the state's track and trace and provide the API key to the county. This should go through the CEO's office that is in charge of business licenses. Number 3, please don't expand the caps. If you want to coordinate better with the state, then the number of acreage and cultivation cap must include the processing, the retail, and cultivation, and be reduced proportionately. Carpinteria Valley is so very small as it is, and it would be very detrimental to our quality of life to have a larger cap. Remember, we have old greenhouses basically on 2 4-mile roadways. A couple of years ago, there was even discussion with Supervisor Williams and myself about reducing our 186 acres. I disagree with the new added section 50-7 about the permitting of an operator who's to continue as long as he's timely filed for his renewal. There needs to be a better process incorporated on renewing business licenses when odor issues are still a problem for one of the only 2 fully permitted operations in Carpinteria Valley. I was promised that odor issues would be taken care of once an operation was permitted with quarterly inspections during the first year by P&D, and then thereafter during the business license renewal process operation. I'm talking about, as far as I know, this hasn't happened here in Carpinteria yet. I'm sorry, the business license chart that's available to the public needs to be more transparent and show when the business licenses are approved and when they've been granted their renewals. The processing licenses through P&D must deal with the whole parcel, not be a separate application. It's on the same parcel. Processing needs to be included in the acreage cap. Land use permits need to be final before being allowed to count toward the acreage limits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Creo. Okay.
And that was our final speaker.
Great, thanks. Back to the board. I've got a quick question for staff on, and this might be planning staff as well. So Supervisor Hartman mentioned this 3-week window of harvest. That's been a condition on some projects, but not all projects, is that correct? And does that rotate through the project? So if you have 100 acres, can you do 3 weeks at 10 for 10 acres and it kind of, it phases? Because that's kind of the way I understand it. So I think that's helpful for some clarification.
Mr. Chair, it varies based on the project. So some projects will say in their project description, we have 3 to 4 weeks of cannabis and we do it 3 times a year. Some will say they do it 4 times a year. So it's not, it's part of their proposal. We don't have a restriction on it or a development standard that guides that. So it is varying depending on the permit.
And they can stagger that too, right? So they can do 5 acres at a time for the whole year in theory.
Mr. Chair, I think that's more challenging in an outdoor grow because usually they have to follow the seasons.
Sure.
But potentially, I mean, I'd
Right.
have to look at each project description, but
Sure, so it's not just 3 weeks, it's 3 weeks for this block, 3 weeks for that block. 3 weeks to that block potentially.
But depending on the number of harvests that they outlined in their project description, each harvest takes several weeks.
Right. So that's what I wanted to.
Yeah.
It's not rotating in blocks
Well, I think that.
unless they have 4 harvests, 2 and 2.
I'm sorry, I
So,
couldn't
so we're
hear the
trying to
question.
clarify, because I think
Yeah.
we're both seeing it differently, and I don't know what's right, but it seems, so if we get clarification, what you're, in your
Sure.
mind.
Well, my understanding in greenhouses, they're constantly rolling it over and the smell is ongoing. In the outdoor grows, my understanding is that the harvest is at a certain time. And we sat here on many different permits and said, you know, it may not be in a development standard, but the 3 weeks was the consistent project description harvest period that we agreed would be applied. And 3 times, not 4 times a year. Now, some may have slipped in, but that was the understanding that we would have some consistency. So in those outdoor grows, they're not rolling. It's a period of time. If it were rolling, then there would be no odor control whatsoever, and we would be smelling this constantly. Unlike the greenhouses where they do have some odor control requirements.
So, Mr. Chair, I think and Supervisor Hartman, essentially what Supervisor Hartman is saying is correct, in that in an outdoor growing situation, you're not going to be growing every day of the year. You're going to have cycles of harvest. And that's the way these project descriptions have been set up, so that we have, and I have seen both 3 and 4 weeks, and I have seen 3 and 4 cycles of harvesting in different project descriptions. But that would mean you have your grow period, you have your harvest, and then you have a fallow period, and then you plant again, and you grow, and you harvest. So it won't be like greenhouses where it is a continual process, because they can control the climate, right? They have a nursery, and then they have teenage plants, and then they have adult plants, and it just constantly flows like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's completely year-round, fully integrated like a greenhouse, but there is some staging that, at least this is what I'm hearing from the industry, their interpretation is it's that plant or that block, it's a 3-week period. And so that's why I want to get some clarification, because I know that there's no way humanly possible to harvest some of the acreage that we have within those windows. And so I think that's where you have that rub where the industry is going, okay, well, I'm going to do 20 acres this 3 weeks period on this portion of my operation, and then I'm going to the next 3 weeks. And so I think that speaks to what Supervisor Hartman's concerned about, and why I'm not sure where I stand on the noticing, because I think it is potentially ongoing if that's not clarified.
Mr. Chair, I think I should be more clear about this. They have in their project description very specific statements about the number of harvests and how long each harvest will take. So it's not based on one section of the property. It is, we have a crop, we're growing it these 3 months, and we're going to harvest. This is how they've written it. Whether they're doing it that way is another story potentially.
That's not how farming works.
It's how they've described it in their project description.
Yeah.
All right. There's lots of lights. Let's go to Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think everybody's right. I think that there's a lot of complexity here, and I'm not personally comfortable with the noticing requirement yet, because I don't believe that it is meeting the target that Supervisor Hartman is seeking. And I think it's really complicated. Public speaker talking about the practical application of that to their operation. I was intrigued by the idea that one of the speakers mentioned about, us posting things on the website. That might be a better way to do this. But again, this is not a good way to do this up here on the dais, just throwing things out. I didn't vote for the notification proposal previously. I'm still not there, and I just think we need some more work to figure this out and do it right, so that it helps people know under something about this very complex harvesting thing, and at the same time is not overly burdensome on the industry, because it isn't going to change the situation. It's just, it is what it is. It's outdoor agriculture. We are better off, I think, focusing our attention on the processing, bringing that indoors with carbon filtration in the right places. That seems to me like a place where we can value add to the equation in the San Ynez Valley.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Williams, and then to Hartman.
Yeah, I'm comfortable moving ahead with the language, though I agree with the exception, I think maybe we wait on the harvest provision. I am one of the folks, one of the, I thought only two that were supportive of the harvest provision. And I see the logic of allowing people to understand, when's a good time to have a, big party at the winery, right? I mean, that's I guess I think a courtesy, but I've been reading over all of our materials several times and I still can't find the language for it, right? So, like if I'm doing that and I'm supervisor, I don't know that we're letting people know well enough that are out there in advance, and so maybe you could tell me. I mean, I'm reading attachment B, I can't find it anywhere. What page is it on, right?
Supervisor Williams, are you referring to the language for
The-
harvest noticing?
yeah.
Okay, so hopefully you're looking at revised attachment B that was properly underlined and struck through.
Oh, that's probably the issue.
But even if you aren't on page, I think it's 19 or 18 of 19, in section 50-25. If you're looking at the revised one, it would be 18 of 20. It's number 11, harvest noticing.
All right, I'll believe you and look for it in
Okay.
a sec, but I guess it just adds fuel to the fire. Maybe we wait on that.
Right.
Provision.
Thank you.
But, and I want to reinforce that I think we need to move forward on allowing processing as soon as we can. We need to just, open the doors on that because it's not helping with odor the way we have it. And we shouldn't be in the business of creating traffic trips for no reason other than deprive us of our own revenue. And then I do think that we need to have accountability of the some kind of use it or lose it provision for permitted acreage.
Supervisor Hartman, then Lavanino.
So today, I think we have to figure out what we want to, what would be a first reading, what we can agree to today, and then we want to flag future issues. And I think today, the issue is notice and then legal nonconforming. And I'm very supportive of the legal nonconforming sunset date for those that have a land use permit as proposed. I have a question, though, if you don't have a land use permit. And there are those who have been laggards, and then apparently Supervisor Lavanino is concerned about, there are a few with a very complex set of permit issues that might explain why they haven't got their land use permit yet. Can we distinguish between those? Is there some other way that we could allow those who have a difficult permit more time, but get rid of those who are just gaming the system?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, what we can do is, we can, and this is something I'd like clarification from the board on, we can allow them to continue through the process till they get to a point where they get an approved land use permit. The question is whether or not we want them to grow that entire time. That's the question. And if you do, then we would maybe need more time for some of those more complicated projects to get through the process. I don't have the details in front of me about why some of those projects are held up, but I believe there are some that have some resource issues associated with them, and then there are some that are simply just not responding.
Mr. Papel?
Supervisor Hartman, if I could add on to that through the chair. So I do think Ms. Palmer brings up an important distinction, getting your board's direction on, again, we're not saying these people can't continue to process and go through the process. What we've identified on these 6 is that given the position of where we are in the cap, given the number of applicants and the acreage represented by them, of those that have already made it at this stage, it is very unlikely, in fact, I would say next to no chance, that these 6 will be in the initial, will be able to fit in the initial cap. And so, you know, again, we're not discouraging the people from moving through the process and going, you know, going through and getting an approved land use permit. I think there's, what we're trying to do here in distinguishing this subset of 6 is that there's a likely no chance that they will be in the initial 1575 in the Indian area. So that then begs the question for your board. Do you want to allow them to continue to grow until some future sunset date, whether it's the June 30 or some other date your board would choose?
Well, I guess I still have the floor, I hope. Again, these legal non-conforming uses have been a headache. They've expanded beyond medical, they've expanded beyond the acreage, and they have made all our lives much more difficult than they needed to be. So I personally am very supportive of getting them out, especially the deadbeats. And I would prefer 90 days, but you know, I'll go with 120. I just want to see the end finally. So those are my positions on the legal non-conforming, the June 30th for those with land use permit, and the 120 days or 90 days, whatever we can stop the other ones. The notice, I am personally believe that there's a much bigger interest in knowing these harvests. And this is one aspect of odor control that we have on these outdoor grows. And so enforcing that they comply with what they said they would do in their permit, we need to have some way that people can do it. Now I'd like to go to the future issues, get them out on the table. I agree that the use it or lose it, we've agreed to a cap. We don't want people taking up space, just speculators off and out of town. We need clarity on acreage cultivation, and that is probably one of our most difficult ones. The processing, yes, the change of ownership, that is critical, and that can be so gamed, and we're seeing a case in SLO where that's, and I've seen it in other regulatory issues where you have the same people, you change the LLC, and it can be a real mess. So that's very complex, and we need to solve that. The issue that I don't see here at all, and I think needs to be addressed, is compliance. Now, I know that if you don't comply with your business license, at some point, your business license can be suspended or revoked. But we have a whole section 50-25 with various requirements. You're not supposed to smoke product on site. You're not supposed to have alcohol or tobacco, or you're supposed to do your noticing, or you're supposed to have. What if you don't? Where are we? I mean, we probably don't want to revoke somebody's license for minor things, but we need a set of consequences spelled out. And I don't see it anywhere. I mean, maybe I missed it like Supervisor Williams missed it. Maybe it's there, but I think that needs a lot of careful thought.
Right. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Okay, so we will have to kind of get this into a motion and get some direction here. So I'm going to try to kind of pull the board on where different supervisors are at. I think Supervisor Hartman laid out where her positions. Can I hear from my other colleagues, Supervisor Lavanino?
Okay. As far as noticing goes, I'm in the same boat, I think, as Supervisor Hart is. I understand what the need of, what the benefit. I'm not sure what we're asking for gets to where we need to be. So I was intrigued by Ms. Emerson's idea that somehow we posted on the website and people could access it there. But then again, like Greg says, it's probably not best to try to come up with something here on the fly. So I want to see if staff can just take a look into that.
Can I get some clarification? Because we already have it in this motion right now, right? So
I want it out. I mean, I don't think we have 3 votes for that.
well, okay, so at some point, we'll have to redline those or cross those out if we don't have the votes for it.
Well, do you want to just do a show of hands right now?
Yeah, let's go. So who supports the having in the harvest, or who opposes the harvest noticing that is currently in there as written? Okay, we all oppose it as written. I think we all oppose it for different reasons, but so that's going to be stricken at this time.
Correct.
Okay, and I think you've got, so the
I
current.
just want to clarify, I have not decided what I think is the right amount of space.
Okay.
I just feel like, given the noticing issues and given all the other things, while I would like to have some kind of harvest noticing, I'm not prepared to go forward with it today.
And for me, I think we need clarity on how they actually operate, because I think that that's really murky, and I think there's a lot of different projects that have different descriptions. So I don't know if we're going to get to what the intended consequence is or what we want to get to, and that's my frustration with the noticing the language. So so that needs to be stricken for whatever motion we end up having. So that will be part of our motion. The other one is illegal non-conforming. Where's this board on what you guys want to do with those who don't yet have land use permits? So let's go through, Greg.
Yeah, I think this is a very small subset that's left. I think there are folks who are obviously not even trying, and we should do something to end them as soon as possible. There may be a situation where somebody is trying, and in that respect, they are unlikely to succeed, but I don't know that they should be penalized by just being required to pull the plug. It depends on where they are, and if they're having some kind of impact on anybody. They could be in the middle of nowhere. I know, they stop growing and they stop paying taxes, and we can stop getting revenue. And so that's kind of the thing, is like, do we just want to say, no, we don't need your revenue, thank you? If there's no consequence to anybody, and they actually have been trying and not a bad actor, I mean, this is a tiny subset of people. We're talking about 6 operators, not all of them are in that category, but there's somebody, who's reasonably been trying and just failed for one reason or another. Letting them do one more crop cycle is not going to end the world.
Okay, so Greg's there. Where are you at, Steve?
I'm there in that I don't think we should treat them I mean, to me, we have a June 20, 2022 deadline, and I don't know, I mean, and we've been told that if they are bad actors, this isn't the only way to shut them down. There's other things that we could do.
So let's go to staff. I think
But
okay.
I also want to say something else.
Yep.
Greg's exactly right, is that, and for as much as we hear about, well, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to wait till after the meeting to discuss it.
Let me go to staff real quick, because I think they want to jump up and have a comment based on that. So,
Chair Nelson, thank you. So in the current amendment before you, the June 2022 date does not yet exist. That discussion was with respect to a future amendment. So what's in front of your board today is you're only dealing with the subset of 6. So if the board direction is uncomfortable with the 120 and you think it should be June 22, that's fine. We'll take that. But the addressing the legal non-conforming that already have an approved land use permit is not yet addressed in here. So just as a clarification there.
So
well, then I would agree that June 2022 would give people, and if, at
let's
that
clarify,
point,
is
we
that
need
June
to-
1st or June 30th?
We recommended June 30th.
We recommend
Okay, June 30th.
So
Okay, and so Doss and Joan? Okay, so.
I would support that.
Okay, yeah, it's not a hill I want to die on. I'm okay moving to June 30th for that. So that's a certain amount of days now, right? Madam Counsel, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so just a quick clarification. We want to add in June 30th, 2022 for both types that we're talking about now? Or you want to keep the 120 days for the ones that are in process?
We're going to, I think,
So-
both subsets to June 30th. Is that
Both
correct?
To be clear, just to be clear, currently, the ordinance before you
only addresses legal nonconforming without land use approval. And
Okay.
we had 120 days in the ordinance proposal. You're saying it should be June 30th, 2022.
Yes.
The other issue of the June is really for legal nonconforming with land use approvals that is not before your board yet. That's
Okay.
a direction, a conceptual direction we're asking
Okay,
for.
so under the ordinance that we have before us, the two items again being legal non-conforming that are without a permit, I think we have consensus that we want to go to June 30th, 2022. And we also are going to strike the current language as proposed for harvest noticing.
Right.
Okay, so let me clean that up, and can I get a motion on that, and then we'll come back to some direction on the other items? So, just so, are those the two things that we're?
Chair, can I just hear from
Sure.
county council about the appropriate process for this?
Sure.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, since we're going to be amending multiple sections, what I recommend is that we, staff has your direction, so just like to have them, when we break for closed session, just
Absolutely.
make the changes, come back, and then you can adopt it as a first reading.
All right, so I don't even think we need a conceptual motion. I think there's direction to bring that back after closed session for us with those changes. Okay, so direction on these other issues. Use it or lose it. We want to have something out there. We want staff to bring back something on addressing that acreage that's not being used. Is that?
Chair, I just want to clarify with staff looking at Jeff and Brittany. So the use it or lose it, that's regard to those those who are taking up space in the cap regarding they have an approved land use approval. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure they're clear. So if you ask us to bring a rock back, we're bringing the right rock, unlike just like
Okay,
the noticing.
I'll try to be clear. For those that have a land use permit and have a business license permit, we should require within a certain amount of time, 6 months, that they need to commence actual cultivation, not just preparation of the site. Otherwise, we are willing to allocate the business license acreage to somebody else that'll use it.
Okay, Supervisor Hart, then Lavanino.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think it's going to be extraordinarily difficult to get somebody to not game that because the consequences, it's life or death. Somebody's going to plant something, are we making them plant the entire permitted acreage or some subset of it? This is just,
I think that's
the
a
point, but
very
this
good point, and we should address that, and staff's recommendations should be entertained, but I would say, yes, we should require a certain percentage of their permitted amount
Okay, so
needs to be planted, and if they do less, then they don't retain it all.
And is it a one-time thing, or is it every year? What happens when crops have to be fallowed?
Yep.
This is agriculture. This is complex.
I hear you.
And this is not the place to do this.
But I don't think that not addressing it is the answer. I think addressing it and answering those questions is the right.
And I'm saying raising the questions and having staff think about it is a better way to go than us locking ourselves into.
That's what I'm asking for.
Okay, CEO Miyasada?
I was going to ask Mr. Frapwell, it looked like he was going to say something about how we could resolve this.
Right. So, board members, the chair, I do think that we can put some language together, some recommendations together. I think we would consider this in the annual renewal process. For instance, if they had a 40-acre, a business license, and what they're reporting on and what they're actually cultivating on is 20. Then in that renewal, because that 40 takes up the cap, right? So in that renewal, then we would consider not reauthorizing 40 acres if they're only growing 20, for instance. But I think there's a lot of room and kind of nuances to this. We're happy to bring something back for your board's discussion.
So we'll come together with options, as Supervisor Williams asked. We'll come back with options on those different ideas.
So we want options, is what we're going to move forward with. That's the board direction. We want options on approaches. Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you. And then part of that option, you talked about after they get a business license until they grow. I'm also concerned about people that got a land use permit and aren't going to get a business license because it costs a lot of money to go get a business license. You could have got a land use permit and just be like, all right, I'm going to put it on the market. So do we have anything in place? And if not, I'd like you to bring back suggestions of what we could put in place of how long you get to have that land use permit before you actually activate your business license.
If you haven't activated your business license, are you in the cap?
Chair Nelson through the board, so the chair. So, Chair Nelson, sorry. The allocation of the cap happens upon approval of the land use permit and the completion of a business license application. So that then kind of secures your spot in the cap, which means it precludes any other operator. So I think Supervisor Lavernino's point is a great one in that there could be folks who apply for a business license. So in other words, they haven't completed a business license, but for whatever reason, intentionally or unintentionally, they don't proceed with completing the business license. They're still using a portion of the cap. So I do think, Supervisor Laminio, that is a great suggestion that we need to look at. How do we
I just want to
control
look at it. I don't have any suggestion. I just think it's something we have to think about.
So does staff feel like they have good direction from the board on that portion?
Chair Nelson, also, just our existing ordinance says that operations shall submit a business license application within 30 days of approval of the land use entitlement, except if the cap has been reached. Then they get on the wait list. So we already have something that requires that they submit a business license.
So what happens if they don't, then I'm curious. Like if they don't submit a business license or they can't finish their business license. I mean, some of these business licenses, I mean, you got to put, fencing up and you got to do all these things that cost a lot of money. And I'm just curious if people get to that point and go, ugh, I'm not interested, or I didn't see this, or I don't have the money put together. What happens? I mean, how long do we sit on that land use permit and take up that acreage?
Well, thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. The first question, the 30 days is to submit their business license application. And so if they don't, we reach out, warning letter, get moving. We haven't had any issues with that. People are anxious to do that because it gets them in the cap, right? But as far as how long people are sitting in the business license process, until now that we have full staffing, we're going through and we're really looking at what's delaying some of these operations. They're all in different parts of the process. And you're right, there is a lot of investment with infrastructure that's needed, and there's the building permits. And so we're working with planning and development closely to try and streamline the business license process so they can actually get their business license and still continue to make these improvements, because that's under the building process. We're hoping we can reach that agreement. So we're working on all of that. So I don't know to date of anyone. We maybe have 2 that are just languishing in the business license process. Most people are working through whatever is needed.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavanino, with respect to the life of the land use permit, once it's issued, it lives a year and then can be continued for 1 year. So it's a 2-year lifespan. So they have some pressure once their permit gets issued to get their business license.
All right. Yeah. Unless the cap's full and then they kind of sit in
then they sit
purgatory until something pops open.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you have direction from the board. I think there was on coming up with options for us on operators that are, have cap space that aren't utilizing it. I think we heard that there's a processing is something that we want to also have come back to the board, and including looking at potentially pulling that out of the cap, or what would the consequences of that would be, and options surrounding that. And then maybe, even though this is only for Chapter 50, what ways we can streamline that moving forward. And then I think the other issue is change of ownership. And I don't know if there's clear direction from the board on what they want to do with change of ownership issues, or what they're looking to hear back from staff is. Yeah, so do we have ideas that we?
I don't. I mean, it's so complicated that I understand your position. I really do. I don't understand it well enough, and I have to sit down with staff and kind of go over it before I would have any recommendations. I mean, I just don't get it.
Okay, so how about staff go out there and hear the listening tour, see what the issues are, and then bring back what you're hearing and maybe some solutions to some of those issues, meanwhile protecting the board and the county from the gaming that might take place. Does that sound reasonable as direction?
Yeah, Chair Nelson, I think that's clear on that. If I could,
yes, You got us.
I just want to kind of try to rephrase, make sure that I'm capturing the direction. So on removing processing, for instance, for the cultivation, we're going to look at that. What is the ramifications, making sure that we understand, bring that back to your board. Does office require consistency of language within our ordinance codes? So that's a chapter 35 clarification, is a chapter 50 clarification, and there's a chapter and a uniform rules clarification, just that we have all three of those pieces in sync. So we'll look at that. I believe what we heard is on the legal nonconforming that have a land use permit, that's a June 30 date is kind of a direction. So we'll capture that in the next revision to chapter 50 and bring that to your board. The change of ownership, as we just talked about, the use it or lose it provisions, and how do we manage that from a practical standpoint, and what's that look like? And then we have the only question that I have still is cultivation definition, the same as the state. Is there an interest on the board to do that, or is that something that we're going to look at later to seek your board's direction on that?
So the way I understand it is when we change the definition, it may open up more cap space potentially because now we're not including roads and rows and bathrooms, right?
Right,
So is there any interest in the board on aligning the definitions with the state and potentially Supervisor Hart?
I'm interested in knowing more about exactly what is permitted where, and what the consequences of that in real life are, as opposed to the theoretical dialogue that we've been having, with folks for a long time before we do these kind of changes. I want to understand what we've gotten into and how well it's working, and then understand who's queued up, in the line after that, so that we understand where those places might potentially be before we change anything with the cap.
Okay.
But I do think it probably makes sense. It's, stepping out from it, why did we do it this way? We just picked one. And there may be a consequence that there's a better way to do it, but I want to understand where we're stepping before I go running down the road.
Supervisor Hart, the chair, so I appreciate that. The kind of why we did it is it used to conform with the state, and the state changed the rules. So now we're not in sync.
Sure.
So, but I do think that if I'm understanding correctly, is as we prioritize, I have a list of a number of things direction boards provided us on future amendments. As we're prioritizing that, I'm going to put that lower to some of these other things, if I'm understanding correctly. So it may take us several amendments. We may not capture all these this direction in the next set of amendments, but we will address them.
Supervisor, if I could just be more direct. So I think your direction would be for us to come back. One, we would like to come back for this June 30th, 2022 date for legal nonconforming with land use approval, because that date is approaching. The second one is remove processing from the cultivation definition in Chapter 50. I say that because you said there's an urgency to it, but we have to then also align it with Chapter 35, which is a process. Correct? So we would be working with planning to see in that process. And we might get Director Plowman's some more input onto that. But I think those are the two most immediate that you've discussed. We will come back, as Mr. Frappel talked about, with options for use it or lose it, hear about the implication of the change of ownership, and then as Supervisor Hart to talk about what are the practical implications of changing the definition of the cultivation to match the state.
Okay. Supervisor Hartman,
Yeah, and
Williams, and Levanino.
for myself, I would like to see, it can be lower on the list, but compliance. Because the way it stands now, it would be permit revocation, the nuclear option, they're out. What do we do for infractions that are minor? Why should anybody comply with any of this if we don't have some consequence? And I think that's very important to consider that. It doesn't have to be immediate, but I think for an ongoing program, we must address it.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Williams, then Levanino. Oh, Supervisor Levanino.
I just, on CEO Miyasato's list, I don't think that captured, just changing the definition. I just want to make sure it does capture it. Just changing the definition and taking processing out of cultivation. I'm also looking at I want direction back from staff on how do we fix the processing problem? And I don't think it's just changing the definition. It's what are some options? Can we streamline? Where can we look with, talk to the public and talk to industry about, how do we fix this problem? Like the guy said, there's no silver bullet, but there's options that we can have, and I need some options.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make one clarification to the board so you understood this. There are a couple of comments about processing. One was allow people to share processing facilities, and we already do that.
Okay.
So you can have a processing facility on your site as long as 10% of the cannabis that's being processed in there is grown on your site. So that part's already taken care of. The question, I guess, is whether or not you want to try and limit processing facilities throughout the county. And that is what we heard, is that might be something the board wants to do. So some additional information about that would be helpful as we come back with options.
All right, Supervisor Levin,
Can we have one before we limit them? I mean, the first thing we're talking about is limiting the amount that we have. We don't have any. I think we just got to change our mindset in that instead of, let's figure out where we can do it first. And then nobody up here wants to see, and nobody's going to build one on every single piece of property. It doesn't make sense. They're going to follow the ag model that you see in Santa Maria Valley. There's cooling facility here, there's cooling facility there, there's cooling facility there. But I mean, I thought we have direction from at least the board majority that we want to see processing in this county to generate revenue and to limit truck traffic and everything else, all the other reasons. And so I just want to get options back. And the first option not being how do we limit the amount of them, of where we go forward.
all right, Supervisor Hartman, then I have a quick comment on that.
Just so you've explained the 10%, so you can, do we have requirements for carbon filtration for the actual odor control and how the facility is designed?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, we do have requirements for odor control for indoor processing, and carbon filtration is one of those options.
Okay. And I think something that should be looked at if we want to make processing happening is maybe not have that 10%, because then you are going to limit where you can have it. We have industrial zone properties, we have manufacturing zone properties in our county that may not be appropriate to have 10% on site, but still might be appropriate to have processing, and that's kind of where I was going with that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'd have to look at the code, but we're talking about ag land right now. So if you're in an industrial zone, that would probably be a different
All right,
requirement.
that's helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so does staff feel like they have direction? I know we're going to come back after closed session to clean up the ordinance itself and have a final vote there. But as far as direction on future ordinance amendments,
Supervisors, if I may, Chair Nelson, one is, so to be clear, because sometimes we're not clear and we keep coming back. So to remove processing, you would like us to come back, remove processing from the cultivation definition in Chapter 50, which will also mean doing it in Chapter 35, correct? And bring back options for how to encourage more processing on site.
So I do.
Is that correct? Is that, okay.
It's correct for me if I get some clarification. So processing is still legal, right? I mean, whether even, or to go through that land use permit process. But if we remove it just from the cap so we can encourage people to apply, that doesn't need necessarily a definition change yet in 30. 50 is where the cap's at. So it's a really cap issue, not a land use issue.
So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, right now, our definitions are exactly the same in Chapter 35 and 50. And if an application comes in and gets a land use permit based on that definition, they could then be in the business license process and get a license that is not consistent with their permit.
Okay.
So I think if you're going to make the change, we need to do it in the most streamlined and clean way so everybody understands what's going to be allowed, and we can make sure the permits are aligned with the business license.
Okay. I'll go the rope on it. Okay, I think Mona, or CO Misato, I think you have, the way you stated it was the direction that the board is looking for, unless there's some, Supervisor Hart.
I'm just going to gum up the works a little bit, because to me, the answer to the question to ask is, why are there no processing facilities in the county? That answer should inform what we're doing, not assuming the reason that there are no processing facilities is because of the cap. Now, we think maybe those are related, but we don't know. And that's the most important thing, because I'm not interested in just raising the cap just to raise the cap.
Yeah.
I'm interested in getting processing facilities.
Yep.
Going to the growers and saying, why is it that you've made the choice, as Ms. Plowman described, to maximize your cultivating capacity by not doing a processing facility? But there are many applicants who are not maxing out their land,
Right.
with their, so that isn't a factor. And I just want to understand why that is. Have us be the policy, put a policy that's directed at the problem.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Hart. All right, so I think we're going to continue this item to after closed session. Do I need to get a motion to do that, or we're going to go ahead and just?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we don't need to officially continue it. We'll just trail it.
Okay.
And so we don't need to take an action for that.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and trail that. So with that, we're going to break for closed session. Madam Counsel, will you please read the items for consideration in closed session today?
Sure, Mr. Chair, just before we do
Oh.
that, I did have just a couple of questions. So Supervisor Hartman was asking about enforcement. And right now, so not all of the provisions of Chapter 50 are included in this, what you have before you. It's just the parts that are being amended. So there are sections in Chapter 50 that talk about denial, suspension, revocation of your license, as well as then if you're in violation, it's a misdemeanor to operate without a license, and then enforcement is also through a misdemeanor. So I just wanted to have that as, that's the baseline, and I think what I'm hearing you say is you want other tools as well.
Well, that's a start. Do we know which penalties or which consequence goes to which infraction?
Supervisor Hartman, so as a general rule, well, violations of county ordinances are a misdemeanor unless they're designated an infraction. So as it is right now, then violations of this ordinance are a misdemeanor because we did not designate them as an infraction. So if you violate a section of this ordinance, we could enforce it as a misdemeanor and refer it.
Okay. All right. Is that?
Yes, and then the other thing I just wanted to check on, so we talked about amending the section where you have a pending land use application. Then it's from, instead of having 120 days, you're going to change that to June 30th.
Correct.
And we also have the other category of where you have an approved LUP, and we indicated in the future you want that to be June 30th as well. Approved LUP, and you're in the cap. That could also be added today if you wanted that. I just wanted to clarify, because it's the first reading, so you can make other changes. And that was my
I don't
understanding. That
know
was
enough
future
about that
direction, but-
because, I mean, I don't want to make it, I'm personally not ready to make a decision on that yet, because you have people that are legal non-conforming that have a permit, and we're telling them that if they don't get a business license by June 30th, they're out of the picture? Is that what?
I think it's they got to get their non-conforming operations
Yeah.
to conform with that they have permitted now.
Yeah, there's some super complex projects out there that are part of this group, and it's 500 acres, and probably 500 of probably our highest generating acreage, and I'm not prepared to make that decision today.
Chair Nelson, I do recommend that we not take that action today on that group, because as we indicated in our presentation, there are some things that are outside their control. What we'd like to do is, as we build the next amendment, is to contemplate that and make sure that that we know what are those exceptions that we're willing to accept as being able, then allowing them to go past June 30. So I think there's some more work to be done on that, so that we can bring that to your boards for consideration.
Right. Thank you. I think that's wise to pass on it today. So we'll keep it exclusive to the two portions that we talked to this point. Okay, so let's go ahead and read, or if you could let us know what we're discussing in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In closed session today, the board will consider 2 items of existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9. The first is Blanco versus County of Santa Barbara. It's a Court of Appeal case. The second is Kohler versus County of Santa Barbara and Goleta Water District. It's a Superior Court case. And the board's also scheduled to consider the public employee appointment for Director of Behavioral Wellness.
Great, thank you. All right, we're expected to be about an hour to come back and wrap up a departmental item number 2 and close for the day. Thank you. Back to the November 2nd meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Madam County Counsel, will you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session on 3 items. Existing litigation, 2 items, Blanco versus County of Santa Barbara and Kohler versus County of Santa Barbara Goleta Water District, as well as public employee appointment for Director of Behavioral Wellness, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, so we have some amendments to the proposed changes to Section 50. I believe that that's been placed online and is available here in the back of the room, as well as all the supervisors have that. I think we're all reviewing it now. I think the main points are the extending from the 120 days to no later than June 30th, 2022, and Section 50-5, and then striking the proposed Section 50-25A11 regarding the harvest noticing. Is that correct? I think staff's also included board direction, just for some clarification. CO Miyasato?
Chair and Supervisor, so we also did put board direction on there to return immediate or as soon as possible on 1 and 2, and then come back in the future for those other items. We do want to note that for removing processing from cultivation definition for chapters 50 and 35, and also coming back for options, but to do chapter 35, it will require some reprioritization of the long-range planning program, and I wanted Director Plowman to mention or discuss what that means.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. So when we were back here in September, we received direction from the Board of Supervisors to process a certain set of ordinance amendments. The first priority was childcare. The second priority was cannabis. So if the board wants to prioritize the removal of the definition of processing from Chapter 35, from the definition, immediately, as quickly as we possibly can, we would have to reprioritize that direction and put cannabis first, childcare second, and I would recommend adding this change to the CUP amendment. A discussion and a consideration of options for streamlining is a more complicated thing, and that's something we could talk about in the future and come up with ideas. But if I was going to direct my staff to stop and try and figure that portion out now, it would slow things down. It would take more time in the process. Mm-hmm. The 2 changes to the cannabis ordinance of adding a CUP and changing the definition are simple to write, and they go through the planning commission process and then would come to the board. But again, if that's the immediate desire, I need direction from the board to change our priorities and go with cannabis first and childcare second, or you keep it the same and I just add the definition change to the CUP and we take that after childcare.
There's a question from Supervisor Lavigno and I.
Not really a question, but, and I'm not, I'm not so worried about removing the definitions and those things, although I think that's a priority, that it needs to go to the top of the list. But what I am concerned about is the providing options for streamlining and encouraging processing in the county, and you're saying that's going to take a while and those types of things.
Yeah.
So this is something we do sometimes that frustrates me, is that we're millions of dollars sitting over here, and I don't care if we have to go hire somebody, or I don't care if we have to go get a consultant that costs us $100,000. We have to do that. We're just leaving this sitting there. And if we're gonna, it just frustrates me that, it seems like through this whole cannabis thing, we just keep making decisions that, well, we'll hire these people later, or it costs money to go get this consultant. It's irrelevant. That small amount of money to go after that big amount of money just doesn't make sense to me. I would say that needs to be a priority. And if you have to go hire somebody, we got to go hire somebody or do something different. But that has to be a priority inside that department.
So, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavin, just to make sure I was being clear, is if that required changes to our ordinance. So if it doesn't, and we can come up with, whether we have an expedited process or we have outside consultants process them more quickly, or, we're working on trying to address some slowdowns in the building department division right now. So if they're not ordinance amendments, that's a different story. Yeah.
All right. County Council?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, just for clarification, we're not agendized to reprioritize those items, and people did come to speak on that. So
Sure.
I just want to let the board know, I don't think you should take an action to reprioritize, but if you just want to express the importance of making the changes today, then communicate that, that's fine.
All right. I think that's what Supervisor Lavanino has done, and Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I think Steve's right, but I also think childcare is the priority until it's not the priority. And when is that work supposed to begin, in January?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hart, we just filled that position.
Okay.
And so
they'll obviously be working now.
they'll start working here shortly.
Yeah,
They're finishing up, we promoted somebody, and they're finishing up some stuff, so they will be starting, but I'd have to confirm with my team exactly what timeframe
Well,
that
that's
is.
really encouraging, and that's great news. And so I'm excited about that. And, to me, the very first question is outreach to, some set of stakeholders. Why are there no processing facilities in our county? And from that comes the work program. I don't understand. I don't even know what we would do other than that. So, and I don't know why that would be, that ought to be discrete and separable from the actual work that would require long-range planning. And maybe you can come back before the end of the year and say, well, here's what it is. And I'm hopeful it's simple.
Right. So just, we're going over what we have here. So with that, are there any further questions or comments from the board about the proposed changes or direction that has been outlined?
Chair,
Seal?
so I've heard one person say it should be the priority. I've heard another person say, no, childcare is still the priority. We can't change the priority or give direction. But right now, it's a 1-to-1. And so the question is, we're trying to figure out, what does a priority mean? And so because we're on an agenda to talk about rearranging long-range planning, I think the best we can do is hear from folks, whether changing the definition to Chapter 35 is very important to you or not, above all other things, above the other things on planning's list, which was childcare. The board had said back in September that should be their priority.
Supervisor Lavanino, Williams, then Hartman.
Okay, so I think provide options needs to come before remove processing, because Greg's right. We have to go out and find out why. Is it because cultivated processing needs to be defined differently? Is that what it is? And if that's the case, we need to come back and deal with that. But it seems to me that we're talking about childcare that you've got somebody hired for, right? And Brittany is the one that is going to talk to the industry and find out what the problem is. This seems more like, I'm not sure how those two are getting stuck together. I mean, it's in the long-range work program. That's for planning and development if we make changes to the ordinance. But I'm not sure we have to change all those definitions before we go out and talk to people and find out if that's really the reason that's stopping it. See what I'm saying? So
I do. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I'm just going to remind the board that we're going to keep on being thrown into these kinds of conflicts and public policy treated as a zero-sum game unless we approve more staffing for the long-term work program. Or some other radical solution, because this is, it's just sort of ridiculous that we have to actually go through this, right? Where we go, oh, we've got problems to solve. Well, that means we've got to knock off another solution off the table to even have a hope of doing that. And I'm not saying this as a told you so. I'm just saying we've got to add staff here. Otherwise we're going to continuously be put into this position.
CEO Miyasato, and then Supervisor Hartman.
I can wait, Chair
All
Nelson.
right, Supervisor Hartman.
I agree with Supervisor Williams about the bottleneck at long-range planning, and I think they're looking at process and how that might be improved, and maybe that'll get us a ways. But I just wanted to reinforce what Supervisor Hart said, that, and I think Supervisor Lavanino agrees, that we want to understand why we don't have processing, given that they're allowed to do it, and what the implications would be of changing the definition. What does that mean for permits? What would that mean for the cap if we take out the acreage for processing? I think that's very, very significant, and I'd like to understand that.
Okay. Well, we're not giving direction on that. I think they've heard some priorities from us.
Chair Nelson, I think we've heard your priorities, and we will basically use staff's discretion then in figuring where this goes, but it sounds like people would like us to go back and talk to the cultivators to find out what the issue is on processing first before entertaining changes to Chapter 35 and Chapter 50 that we talked about today. That's, I think, what we heard. And I just do want to say that this is frustrating, and Supervisor Williams is right. We shouldn't be having these conversations for one change. But we are trying to set expectations, and I applaud Director Plowman for making sure that we are all on the same page and understand, because if we go forward, then we would come back and disappoint the board and disappoint the public. So I appreciate us trying to be as clear as possible, and that's what we're trying to do. And we will work on the staffing issues. We're continuing, and there'll be opportunities with your ARPA discussions if you'd like to use some of that on the discretionary for planning. But that's a future discussion, so I think that we've heard you on the immediate priorities.
Thank you. I guess my last question, or Supervisor Hart, do you
Yeah,
want
I just want to second that. I really appreciate Director Plowman being clear and direct with us. And, there's trade-offs, and we have to wrestle with those. There's no easy answer to these things. I'm concerned that the processing problem is that it's really hard to get a permit to get a building in our county, which is not unique to cannabis. It is just, and that's a big Pandora's box. And so, I know we have impatience and we want this to go fast and the money's on the table, but I think we're going to get an answer that's going to be not simple. And that's why Ms. Plowman is saying this is complicated. Be careful what you ask for.
Yep. Staff?
Supervisor Hart, Chair Nelson, I think you're right. But one thing that we've already heard is because of the cap, they weren't willing to go through that whole process.
Right.
And so it could be that even though that may take time, it's okay if we can change the definition and take processing out. These are the things we're grappling with, right? So we'll go through the whole. So thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
and
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanio?
And I hope, Brittany, that you can express that this board is, I think we've made it really clear today that processing is a priority. And so if eventually we need to go back and change definitions and those types of things, we're willing to do that. So we need to kind of see the give and take a little bit.
All right. Can I get a motion to accept the proposed changes? And actually, we have those originally recommended actions. So let's go back to recommended actions today. A through C, but with the amended changes. Can I get a motion to?
I'll make a motion to move recommended actions A through C with the amended verbiage that I believe is going to be displayed on, oh no, do we have it?
Yeah, it's right.
Oh, that's in front of us, yes, with the proposed change to the ordinance that we have published.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'll just also mention for the record that it was also posted to the website and then in the back of the room.
Right, okay. So, not seeing any further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. All right. This concludes the meeting of November. Oh, before we do that, yes, Madam Clerk. Yeah, we did.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, thank you. If I could just have a moment before we adjourn today's meeting. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge a very integral member of our team and vital piece of our board meetings, Silvio Mata, CSB TV studio manager. Silvio is unfortunately operating the Santa Maria board hearing room chambers today, but I wanted to take a moment to say a few words. As the board is aware, Silvio will be retiring from the county this week after 32 years of faithful and distinguished service to the county, and this was his last official Board of Supervisors meeting. It has been a privilege to work alongside Silvio for the past 9 years. I'm forever grateful for his unwavering work ethic and dedication to the county and the public over the course of his career. Silvio responded to countless emergencies throughout his career, but most recently played an integral part of transitioning the county to virtual meetings during the unprecedented challenges brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. I would be remiss not to thank Silvio's wife, Wendy, and children, Kaio and Karina, for their enduring support. Thank you. We wish you all the happiness in your future endeavors. Congratulations, Silvio.
All right. All right. Well, again, congratulations, Silvio. You've been a huge part of all of our success up here, and we wish you, on behalf of the board, continued health and a bright future. So with that, we will conclude today's meeting. Our next meeting will be on November the 9th in Santa Maria. Thank you.